into a trap that is now being sprung. Now, I want to speak particularly to the young, those of you under the age of 30. I just want to let you know that your parents, particularly the baby boomers and older, they lied to you. They were not mistaken. They just outright lied. Most of them had the old manufacturing jobs. Most of them got the government largesse. They had the government jobs back when the government was offering jobs. They had military jobs back when the military was really offering anything. All the perks, all the entry-level perks, they took all of those and squandered them. What was to be your inheritance is now gone. The real estate that you were supposed to be inheriting today, that would be worth 8 times what it was when they purchased it, gone. They smoked it up. They prostituted it out. They ran it down. In some cases, burned it up. Doing dumb stuff. Left you with blight. Squandered your inheritance. They did not do any type of financial investigation whatsoever. Their parents set them up well, and then they left you in the lurch. They had drug habits, substance abuse habits, left a lot of you dealing with fetal alcohol syndrome and maldeveloped brains, underdeveloped bodies, no financial assets to build off of. You're going into the world competing against non-Black kids who have come of age like you, but they have financial resources and financial backing upon which to start in the world. They're not starting from zero, but you are. As if your parents just arrived here yesterday. You're starting with nothing. Many of you were given advice by either your parents or the schools. You've been misled by both. They gave you advice like, go to college and get a degree. And they led you to believe that any degree you got, as long as you have a degree, people who have a degree make 50% more over a lifetime than people who don't. Lies and more lies, because it depends. That statement can be true, but it depends on what the degree is in. You cannot simply get a degree in what you want. You have to have a degree in what the market and the world needs and is in demand. And many of those will be subjects and things that you might not have liked, like math and science. The things that people don't like to do, that's why they pay more, because it's something that people don't like to do. But when you specialize in something that is needed and people don't like to do, you become a rare person, and rare people get to charge more money. That's the way it works. You were not told this by either your parents, your schools, your clergy, extracurricular activities. You weren't told this or informed this by all these other people. You were just let loose into the world. Out you went. And if you hadn't had the good fortune to stumble across the Black Channel, you did not have somebody who sat you down and explained to you in detail why it is that you did everything your schools and your parents told you to do, and it blew up in your face. It did not work. And no one could actually explain to you why it is it didn't work until you got here, and we explained to you not only that it didn't work, we explained to you that it didn't work because it couldn't work. There was a video online that I was watching on YouTube from a channel called Cold Fusion. The name of the video was How Jeff Bezos Became Public Enemy #1. And it goes into detail about why it is that Jeff Bezos, the guy who started Amazon, a lot of folks don't like him today. And they go into one part of explaining how the Amazon fulfillment centers work. Amazon, which originally began as an online bookseller and now is a mammoth corporation that pretty much does everything under the sun. And they were explaining how the fulfillment centers, which really the major driver of Amazon's growth and profitability, how the fulfillment centers work exactly and what goes on there. There's an interesting piece here, and I want you to listen to what they said, because this video was 17 minutes long, but there's about 60 seconds in here, which is absolutely damning. It will make you look at your parents differently. It will make you look with scorn on your high school guidance counselors, your teachers, and anybody else who's supposed to advise you about how to operate in the world. After you hear this, you will look at all of them differently, with disdain. And you should. It would be with disdain, and you should, because you have been deceived.
About 40% of work-related injuries at Amazon are musculoskeletal disorders, which includes sprains or strains caused by repetitive motions. And for this work, the wages are less than $40K a year, or less than about $20 per hour. Amazon doesn't see working in their warehouses as a long-term thing. In fact, they've stated that employees who stayed longer became less efficient while demanding more pay, hurting the business. Terminations. And for this work, the wages are less than $40K a year, or less than about $20 per hour. Amazon doesn't see working in their warehouses as a long-term thing. Amazon doesn't see working in their warehouses as a long-term thing. Amazon doesn't see working in their warehouses as a long-term thing. Per hour. Amazon doesn't see working in their warehouses as a long-term thing. In fact, they stated that employees who stayed longer became less efficient while demanding more pay, hurting the business. Turnover at Amazon is very high, with an annual rate of roughly 150% of warehouse workers. Amazon is also not in favor of workers' unions. Amazon doesn't see working in their warehouses as a long-term thing. In fact, they stated that employees who stayed longer became less efficient while demanding more pay, hurting the business.
How many of you knew that? How many of you who have worked in places, or you may have worked at the Amazon fulfillment centers, and said to yourself, man, they're not really making this a place where anybody would want to stay very long? Yes, that is the business model. You see, in other companies, you were taught to avoid churn or turnover. But at Amazon, it is engineered into the hiring and into the business model. And they really don't want you to be there for more than 24 months. They really don't want you to be there longer than that. They want you to be there for 2 years, maybe 3, and then they want to ensure that you are out the door. And they explained here exactly why that is. You're going in with a completely false set of expectations. They're eager to hire you, but they are even more eager to get rid of you.
Amazon doesn't see working in their warehouses as a long-term thing. In fact, they stated that employees who stayed longer became less efficient while demanding more pay, hurting the business.
So, the longer you stay, the more knowledgeable you become about its operations, the more undesirable you become. I know this runs completely counterintuitive to what you've been taught to think, but they're letting you know that the longer you stay there, the more detrimental they see you as. How many of you took a look at those great big fulfillment centers and thought of it in those terms? No wonder they make it so incredibly difficult, because they want to engineer an environment that is so uncomfortable, so difficult, so absolutely oppressive that you will be looking for the exits very soon after you get there. They just want to get a little bit of use out of you. And having a population of entry-level employees who never upgrade their skill sets and never become more valuable, you will just bounce from one of these places to another. You'll bounce from one to another. Now, I want to play the video a little bit longer because I want you to see just how diabolical this is. Remember, this is built into the business strategy. This is built into their work environment, their engineered work environment.
Amazon doesn't see working in their warehouses as a long-term thing. In fact, they stated that employees who stayed longer became less efficient while demanding more pay, hurting the business. Turnover at Amazon is very high, with an annual rate of roughly 150% of warehouse workers. Amazon is also not in favor of workers' unions. Here is a viral 2018 leaked video meant for managers.
If you see warning signs of potential organizing, notify your building HRM and GM site leader immediately. The most obvious signs would include use of words associated with unions or union-led movements like living wage or steward, union graffiti, union t-shirts, hats, jackets, or other clothing, union flyers. Some signs are less obvious than finding the actual union flyer. Examples include associates who normally aren't connected to each other suddenly hanging out together. Groups of associates scatter when approached by management. Often it is the change in behavior that is the warning sign, more than the actual behavior itself.
So the company doesn't listen if the workers say that there's no air conditioning in the fulfillment center and you have people passing out and even dying, heat exhaustion in their warehouses. But they do have a system in place to let them know if you hear about anybody organizing. So that lets you know what their business model is built for. It's not built for the workers. It is built for continued profitability at the expense of the workers.
Other problems include a policy of closely surveilling workers, causing a culture of fear. The cameras are on staff 24/7, and if you don't meet the standards or rates of filling, you can be fired. There are screens that show how long you have left to pack each box, adding additional pressure. According to some workers, you can't talk to others, and you basically scan like a robot the entire day. And if you're not scanning enough, Amazon can file an inquiry.
It is the change in
The cameras are on staff 24/7, and if you don't meet the standards or rates of filling, you can be fired. There are screens that show how long you have left to pack each box, adding additional pressure. According to some workers, you can't talk to others, and you basically scan like a robot the entire day. And if you're not scanning enough, Amazon can file an inquiry. Meet the standards or rates of filling, you can be fired. There are screens that show how long you have left to pack each box, adding additional pressure.
You see, you thought automation was just something that would be used to replace people, but no, automation can be used as the new overseer. You thought it would just be people. No, they've got machines that behave as the overseers. And this is just one place. This is just one. Amazon is just the new kid on the block. The reason why I brought this up was because they were talking about what Amazon wants to do to help workers and whatnot. And it sounded frighteningly familiar to me. And lo and behold, well, what do you know here? A story put out talking about none other than Walmart, the entity that taught Amazon how to do these things. The entity that paved the way for Amazon to do this. If you weren't aware here, Walmart pioneered the practices of engineering a strict, ruthlessly efficient and controlled environment that punished employees for not meeting certain metrics. Like anybody who's worked for Walmart knows, you can get fired at Walmart for racking up any overtime. If you rack up any overtime at Walmart, that alone by itself is just cause to fire you. All my people who ever worked at Walmart, you know that. Getting overtime at all, any amount of overtime, it's just cause to fire you. We're going to get to this. No, The self-checkout lanes are actually the end. They were supposed to be the beginning, they're actually the end. Don't worry, in the chat room, we're going to get to that because a lot of folks don't understand this. Don't understand it. Don't worry, that's why you have the authority to explain this to you. Walmart investing nearly $1 billion to cover tuition book costs for U.S. employees. Walmart's largest U.S. private employer said Tuesday it will invest $1 billion over the next 5 years to cover the cost of college tuition and books for its U.S. employees. Previously, the educational program required associates to pay the daily fee, but due to the changing economy and job market, the company needed another way to encourage, quote, more associates to pursue further education, according to Walmart. They want to, quote, encourage more associates to pursue further education. Sounds like you're trying to encourage them to seek other avenues of employment. Yes, we would like to give you the opportunity to upgrade your skill sets so that you can pursue further education, so you can, I don't need a degree to work here. Yeah, we'd like for you to see about going to a place other than here, and you need to get some different skills. So see how they're wording that. Oh, we'd like to help you go to school so you can further your education. Further my education to do what? I've already got a job. Yeah, we need you to further your education so you can be educated to work somewhere else. The company's program, which kicked off in 2018, 2021 now, is part of its commitment to eliminate the burden of education debt, which is a leading barrier for earning a degree, Walmart said. Overall, the program will help 1.5 million associates earn a college degree or trade skill without facing that burden, Walmart said. Quote, this investment is another way we can support our associates to pursue their passion and purpose while removing the barriers that too often keep adult learners from obtaining degrees. Lorraine Stomsky, Walmart Senior Vice President of Learning and Leadership, said in a statement, to date, more than 52,000 associates have participated in the program since it launched. About 8,000 have already graduated. Okay, but listen to what it said, though. Overall, the program will help 1.5 million associates. 1.5 million is their goal. So that's pretty much damn near everyone when you think about it. But why? Well, the answer is simple. Amazon has made it very clear that they want to have stores that don't have people in them. They want them to be fully automated stores. The pandemic has given everybody the excuse for no longer expecting to see people anymore. Walmart utilized the pandemic as their excuse to kick the self-checkout lanes into overdrive. In Shreveport, Louisiana, where I'm from, the Walmart market at the corner of Burt Coons and Linwood used to be that they only had 4 little old self-checkout lanes. It was ridiculous. 4 little old checkout lanes. You'd have 100 customers in there, 4 little old checkout lanes. Should have had the city do something about that. Oh no, they weren't waiting on the city. They were waiting on the pandemic. Pandemic hits. Next thing you know, they had 4 checkout lanes, like 5 lanes for cashiers, but they only had 2 lanes open. So basically it was backed up all the time. Next thing you know, now they've gone through there, removed all of the cashier lanes and replaced it with one big bullpen for checkout lanes. That's it. Got rid of all your cashiers, and now nothing but self-checkout. And that was always the plan. Now, for those of you who do not know, because you're too young, back in the early 90s, when Walmart first began the build out of the supercenters, those are the big, large centers you go to, which is why they make a distinction between the Walmart supercenters, the full-size stores that have an electronics section and a hardware section, versus the Walmart Markets, which are these newer, smaller ones they built. It used to be that Walmart looked more like, Family Dollar and Dollar General, or Kmart, for those of you who still have Kmart available. Then they started getting rid of those and building these gigantic super centers. And for a while, life was good. But to be very clear, the plan from the very beginning with the super centers, the plan from the very beginning was that the super centers would be all 100% self-checkout. That was always the intention. It was never intended that the super centers would just be large-scale Walmarts with a bunch of people working there. The business model was always that, which is why when you went there, it always had 20 checkout lanes, and comedians made jokes about it for years. 30 checkout lanes and only 4 cashiers. In retail, that's called funneling. So you'll have 100 customers, 4 cashiers, and so basically people have to wait in line. And as you'll all remember, I told you about this before, they did studies that measured how long people would stand in line with their groceries before they would just get up and leave. Walmart used to do this deliberately because they wanted to determine what's the real maximum number of cashiers we need to have. And their research, watching on camera, what they found was that the limit was about 30 minutes. That people were willing to wait in line for about 30 minutes before they would just leave their buggies where they were and walk out of the store. So if you forced them to stand in line more than 30 minutes, they were likely to leave. So they only hired enough people to make sure that they could get everybody out of line within 30 minutes. And a lot of y'all are surprised. Not 5 minutes, 30. The number was 30. And anybody who's been to a Walmart during, Christmas or Thanksgiving knows full damn well, yeah, it can happen. But that was never really the plan. The reason why they had these big areas with these big cashiers areas in the front, all of those were supposed to be self-checkout. As the technology has improved, the self-checkout lanes have been reduced down to self-checkout kiosks. So they've been able to get the footprint of those self-checkout registers down much smaller than they used to be. Doesn't need the big conveyor belt. Doesn't need the turnstile for the shopping bags. The things you get when you go to the cashier. Doesn't need all that. So they went from having these self-checkout registers with the conveyor belts to having these little self-checkout kiosks, which is what you're all going to now. And as I covered on a previous program, by the way, those self-checkout kiosks cost about $25,000 to $30,000 each. So each one of those, when you go to the self-checkout register there, the self-checkout machine at Walmart now, I've covered this in the previous program here on the Black Channel. Each one of those little kiosks costs about $25,000 to $30,000. Think about that for a few moments. It costs less to build one of those self-checkout registers. It costs less. Over the course of 2 years, it costs them less than it does to hire a person, even at minimum wage. And they never need a sick day, never need vacation time, have a minimum of maintenance. Think about that for a few moments. And this was always the plan. That's why the front of Walmart has always had 30 registers, because the idea was always to convert them over. Well, why didn't they do it 30 years ago when they first started building out the supercenters in the early 90s? Why didn't they do it then? They didn't do it then because of the same reason that banks couldn't go to ATMs as quickly as they wanted to. The customers were very uncomfortable. People would rather stand in line and deal with a person, so in case there was a problem, they could have a person to talk to and resolve their issue. So people rejected the self-checkout registers when they had a choice. In many cases, people would go to another place. Problem. other retailers began to adopt self-checkout as well. Home Depot, Target. It became very difficult to go to any of Walmart's competitors. They were all following their lead. But the reason they didn't do it from the very beginning was because customers didn't gravitate. The customers didn't trust the machines, and understandably so. The technology used to be a lot more difficult to deal with. Now, they've just taken your choices from you. You can go through the self-checkout, or you can go to another business. Those are your options. And that was always the plan. When old man Sam Walton was alive, that was where the business was going with his blessing. Sam Walton was well aware of this when they started building out the supercenters. That was always the idea. That was always the plan. And if old man Walton were alive today, he would be giving it his thumbs up and saying, yes, this is the fruition of what we were intending to do when I started Walmart. This is the natural evolution of it. We wanted to do it 30 years ago, but you damn people were resisting it. We're so glad it took us 3 decades, but we finally broke down your resistance. We finally broke your resistance. And now we gonna do you how we gonna do you. So you walk in there now, they just have a big bullpen of self-checkout registers, and instead of 5 cashiers, you now got 2 hood rats who are there to just basically help you if you need to have them key in a code, and or if a register is not working properly, they can override, and that's it. During busy time, they went from having 7 or 8 checkout people, 2 little old hood rats, 1 little old manager. So now you have a store of a couple of chicks up front to override purchases, couple of chicks at the return desk. But essentially their goal was to eliminate 90% of their cashier workforce. And oh yeah, who are the majority of the cashiers at Walmart? What ethnicity, what race? Now, you know we've been doing this at the Black Channel since the very beginning to make sure that you are aware of it. In case anybody attempted to deceive you, we want to make sure we have always cataloged this since the very beginning. Who are the majority of the cashiers at Walmart? Historically and currently, when you do have a cashier, who does the cashier tend to be? White women? Asians? Men? Nope. They tend to be lower income Black females. When you go to Lowe's, Home Depot, Target, all these little old entry-level jobs, these holdovers from the 20th century, back when scanning technology was new, when barcode scanning technology was new. The job of a cashier scanning an item is service, yes, but it's really security to make sure that the items leaving the store actually went through the hands of an employee before they left the store. Now they feel secure enough to be able to stop that kind of thing from happening that they can leave it up to the customers. But the idea of a human being scanning each individual item, racking up the price before it leaves the store, that's a holdover from the 20th century. That's a holdover from last century. In the chat room, to some of the boneheads talking about, I see a lot of Mexicans there too. No, dummy. If you live in a few places, that's what you see. So for those of you who live in a few select places, if you live in California, Texas, or Florida, you do. Everywhere else, you don't. And even in those places where you think you see Hispanics, you always got some nigga trying to argue to be contrary. Even in those places where you think you see a disproportionate number of Latinos, remember the Latinos help each other out of the registers. When you take a look in middle management, which is what I've pointed out to you all for years and years now, when you take a look at middle management, Latinos help each other get out from entry level to management and middle management. That's why you see 90% of the workers on the cashiers at the entry level at Walmart are black female, but only about 1% when you start looking at management. There's a reason why you need to have some brains about this. There's a reason you need to have some brains about this. When you take a look at a McDonald's, a Burger King, where the Latinos are, if one gets hired, next thing you know, they get rid of everybody until it's nothing but Latins working there. That's the way it's always been. And then next thing you know, they're the management, and then next thing you know, they're the regional managers. They vertically integrate upward. So no, don't be deceived. Don't be deceived. Yes, in the chat room, you're correct. Same thing at Amazon. Same thing at Amazon. My people in Texas, California, Florida, New York, y'all know it's the same thing. At the Amazon warehouses, you are correct. In Nevada, exact same thing. Yes. The Latinos come in, and once one of them is made manager, next thing you know, the only thing getting hired are Latinos, and then the black folk, some of them be entry level, but only they don't have no choice. They only hire you if there's no Latinos available to hire. Yes, that's the way it works. But they move up into management.
I'll send you.
Don't see no black folk being allowed to move up into that. Now there's the difference, is the point I'm making. Folks, they're not helping you. This is not to cover tuition. This is to let you know you're going to want to upgrade your skills because, yeah, we got a machine to do this for. And we are getting ready to move as many of you out as humanly possible. Well, what will you have? But you're going to need people. Well, yeah, we will need some people to stock the shelves. And that pretty much be it. That pretty much be it. We'll need some people to stock the shelves, and that'll be it. Now, understand there's a loser in the chat room. Somebody up here hoping that the Section 8 will last a little bit longer, talking about ignore the negativity. It's okay to have a job, even a low-paying job. Yeah, it's okay to have a low-paying job unless low-paying jobs can no longer pay you enough to live. Then it's not okay. If your low-paying job literally does not pay for anything that an adult needs, then no, stupid, you and your bum-ass mama sitting up here fighting over the WIC voucher like Tom and Jerry fighting over cheese. No, that's not a good thing. So this is what happens when the dumbest and densest are allowed to weigh in. No, making a low wage is not a good thing. It's not a good thing to be making $7 an hour when you can't, when there's nothing you can rent in the Los Angeles area code for less than $18 an hour. No, that's not a good thing. That is not a good thing. Not at all. That's nothing you can use. Not at all. Not at all. So just understand, there are individuals here that, you know, like I said, they've been losing. I'll be all right. There ain't no problem right there. Always a dummy. Like I say, that's the kind of person who will tell their children, well, all you need to do, you just put you in. Jesus is going to provide. Don't let nobody make you feel bad. Well, you're a dumbass ADHD bum who's never accomplished anything, and you think the height of prosperity is buying a damn pair of shoes. What if your kids want to have more than a pair of shoes? No,
now add some more water to it, don't we?
That's not right. Why you got to be right there? So just understand, if you want to be with the working laborers who are going to be struggling for the rest of their lives, just understand that was a Negro who was perfectly okay struggling for the rest of their life. They want to struggle at their job. They want to struggle with their IQ. They want to struggle with their car. They want to struggle with baby daddies or baby mamas. They're comfortable living a struggling life. You just have to ask yourself one question. Do you want to join them?
Not that I'm struggling.
I created the Black Channel so that you all can have an objective, practical, realistic repository of information that could discuss these things and inform you about the kind of stuff that your parents never told you about. I wanted to create a place where we could discuss specifically this type of thing. They didn't give that to you. And there are a lot of you out here today who never heard these things before. You don't know the history of Walmart. You don't know why it is that the front area of Walmart's got so many checks. Many of you weren't even born when the supercenters that you're going to shop at were being built. Many of you who are listening right now, you weren't even born when that building was built. So you spent your entire life walking in there, seeing 20 cash registers and always scratching your head about, well, why do they have 20 cash registers but only 4 cashiers? Because you were not aware that that was never the intention. The intention was to build the cash registers, and at the time, the footprint they take up with the conveyor belt and everything, at the time, that was what they had in mind, was versatility. But the idea was never for those registers to be manned. The idea was for you to be the one to scan and check out your own items. And they wanted to have plenty of registers to do it with. In the last 30 years, the technology has improved to the point that they've gotten it down, the footprint of the registers down to basically a little kiosk that is essentially 1/3 to 1/4 of the size of a standard register that they've been using. This is how ruthlessly efficient it has become. Now they just corral you all off into little bullpens and away you go. And most of you listening to me, you weren't even born when all this was happening, so you've never really understood or been able to comprehend why it is the front of your Walmart has so many registers for all these years. It's like, well, this seems inefficient. No, they've just been biding their time. And now their time is here. And Amazon is so ultra competitive and has already made no bones about it. They see their employees as the enemy over there. They see their employees as the enemy over there. And they are looking to replace them as quickly and unceremoniously as possible and replace them with a machine. And they make no bones and no apologies about it.
Because I'm getting frustrated a little bit with this wallet and shit.
I created the Black Channel because I wanted to divorce those of you who have been misinformed by your parents, your schools, your clergy, social leaders, your civic leaders, your political leaders into believing that the economic system is set up for entry-level employees. No, there's such a thing as an entry-level job, but unskilled labor today is a dead duck. And there is no one anywhere trying to figure out a way to make it easier for you to enter
a wallet.
Everybody's trying to figure out how to replace you, and if there are going to be entry-level workers, how to make this
always label what wallet you're facing.
Think about this for a few moments. Amazon's goal is to completely automate their fulfillment centers. What good does it do for you to unionize the fulfillment center if there are only 5 human beings working there?
I left and went upstairs and finishing off this one. And they want me to log in to my Chrome.
Mic drop.
But I use Publish O on crypto. So you know what I'm saying.
You tell me, what is the whole point of organizing a union for 5 people?
Yeah, just stop.
What good does it do you? What is the point? Do you know how easy it'll be to fire all 5?
And I really lost focus when she said
and they've already made it clear their goal is to completely automate their fulfillment centers. So why do we need to install air conditioning if the goal is to have robots working there anyway? Why do we even go through the expense of installing commercial AC units? Our goal is to get rid of all the people and have robots working there anyway. This is the plan that is already in motion. While you're trying to bluff your way through the discussion and pretend that you got some type of power as an entry-level employee and that all the bad advice that your Manny and your counselors and every other fool you've listened to your whole life was correct. It's not a joke. It is not a joke. And if you do not take what we've been saying to you seriously, then you'll be the one who pays the price. I began the Black Channel because I wanted you to have somebody who would explain to you in clear and simple English what you were really up against and why you were really up against it. And here we are. We are going to talk about this and more in just a few moments. But before we do, we are going to take a very brief commercial, non-commercial break. Before we do, of course, I would like to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program, as you all have over the last decade. Thank you very much for doing so here. Thank you very much to Ms. Winfrey, not Oprah. Thank you very much to my man, Mr. Shields. Thank you very much for your support, sir. We appreciate that. My dude, Linwood, as always, Eddie N. and Brian E. You that dude, man. Thank you to everyone who has supported tonight's program on CashApp or PayPal. It is much appreciated. When we come back, we will be discussing this, the unwanted workforce. The entry-level employee is dead. The warnings you have been given, if you did not listen to them before, it may be too late.
Beta Bimbo inspiravano.
Within us is a powerful spirit, a God-given spirit. It's a spirit that empowers us to oppose demonic white supremacy, a spirit that motivates us to eradicate racist bias with Black truth. This spirit was alive during the rebellion of 1811. The spirit catapults us towards righteous justice. This is the spirit our opponents fear. Is the spirit of 1811 alive in you? Visit us at spiritof1811publishing.com. Buy our novel, War of the Heart, on sale today at Amazon and Barnes & Noble. Spirit of 1811 Publishing. Our story, our family.
Okay, back. Okay, right here. See right here. This right here, what you copy and paste for your wallet, right?
Are you tired of being overcharged and forced into paying a monthly subscription for your Mac and Windows software? Well, if you are, currently we're having a 50% off discount on all the latest Mac and Windows software, such as AutoCAD, SolidWorks, Photoshop, Microsoft Office, and much more. Our 50% off discount will be ending soon, so be sure to text us Need Software to 323-407-8214. That's 323-407-8214. We aim to please, so expect 24/7 technical support. The latest premium software, instant software links delivered to your email, and PayPal's buyer's protection guarantee.
My name is Black Guys. And I'm Akis, and we're the Black Narrative. We are a Black First and Hebrew Israelite channel on YouTube that broadcasts live every Tuesday and Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Every week, we discuss controversial issues and challenge false narratives that are fed to Black people through mass media. We share research through videos and encourage uncomfortable conversations amongst the Black community.
Our show features topics such as exposing fact checkers, the racist history of medical research, the origins of so-called Black Greek fraternity organizations, Christian origins of HBCUs, and much, much more.
Look at The Black Narrative on YouTube or go to our website, www.theblacknarrative.tv.
Shalom.
Are you looking for an affordable COVID-19 DNA testing or infectious disease clinical testing? Welcome to P23 Labs, a high-complexity molecular diagnostics lab that uses the latest technology to offer a full suite of molecular diagnostic tests, clinical tests, and wellness consultations.
Oh, the
We
coin.
give you access to knowledge and healthcare resources that will transform your health. Schedule an appointment and order your custom test today with our healthcare team. www.p23labs.com.
Are you a black male sailor or former sailor who received any type of counseling services, even if it's one visit at Navy Fleet and Family Support Center? Are you willing to confidentially share some of your experiences? If so, please go to the website below and complete the 15-minute survey. On the survey, please answer yes to the question, did you receive services, in order to get to the 15-minute survey. We would like to know about your entire experience, so please check yes to the question, did you receive services? The survey is part of a doctoral research project conducted by Walter Kelly. Your anonymous replies will be aggregated in his published dissertation at the University of Pennsylvania. Additional information about this project is located at the website below.
And to amplify.
This is the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. Very glad to be with you all here this evening as we are discussing the unwanted workforce. I've been telling you all here since we started the Black Channel that we are dealing with the aftermath and the fallout of the unfinished business of slavery. The whole goal has been to neutralize an obsolete workforce, as Dr. Claude Anderson has always labeled it, that black people were to be relegated to an obsolete workforce, an obsolete labor force. So on the one hand, you're being hit from three different areas, three different angles of attack. Number one, they brought in illegals. So we brought in a new type of slave labor force to replace the official slave labor force. Number two, we brought in workers' unions. So I was explaining to a caller last night. So you brought in your organized labor unions to make sure that the skilled labor was reserved for the dominant society, that it would be a privilege controlled by them. That those who had skills, that we had a system in place that gave preferential treatment to them working through their union system, which had government help and government protection and government facilitation. So you got that going there. And then lastly, industrialization, i.e. automation. So now you've got machines stepping in. So you're being hit from three different angles. You're being hit by way of illegal workers. You are being hit by way of skilled workers with labor unions, organized labor unions, and being hit by non-humans altogether, machines, to do the work instead. And all of it for the purposes of targeting specifically black people. That's what the specific target is. And eliminating that obsolete worker class. And that's where we are. That's where we are right now. Which is why I have given the work and have given the state the principles that I have and given everyone my statements that I have now for a decade. That you are not going to be able to make it with the idea that getting by, They have already changed the playing field. There is no room to quote unquote get back. Getting back is going to be goodbye. That is it. That is the game plan today. It's not about reducing you, it's about removing you. That is all. That is all. And there is no other way about it. I am going to be doing a program here soon, a skilled trades workshop. I am sending out emails and responding to people who are business owners with skilled trades. So we're talking about electricians, carpenters. We did the IT workshop before. Now we're going to do skilled trades because this is something for us to talk about here. And everyone needs to be aware. Folks, black people need to have the market cornered on skilled trades. You don't have to necessarily be a business owner, but you cannot be an unskilled laborer anymore. There is no path to survival. They have eliminated that. They are now sitting up here just saying, now we can make you destitute and homeless. Let's just shovel you out of the way. So if you have questions, comments, or concerns about this, if you are one of the young people who was left in the lurch, If you were told that you could get by with an entry-level job, if you were told that you could get by on the county, if you were told have a couple of bastard kids in the welfare take care of you, if you were told go get a degree in psychology and sociology and you'll be all right, if you got played, if you got deceived, if you got misinformed, I want you to give me a call. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the Blackest Radio program in existence, the only one of its kind on planet Earth today. You are, of course, as always, welcome to join us. Go ahead and give us a call as we're talking about this here tonight. We're talking about the fact that people are just now catching on, that you are being removed at every level now, and they are simply trying to, as I told you, that you are living in the world's most humane form of genocide. They are now targeting your jobs, what you thought were your jobs. They're targeting your means of employment. They're going after everything. It is organized. It's been in the works for decades, and now it is simply about executing the plan as it exists. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal or CashApp. Thank you very much for doing so. Dana, thank you for your support. We appreciate that. And my man, Andrew L., thank you for your support as well. Let's go ahead and grab a few phone calls here. Let me get caller from area code 434. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Jason. My name is Jay, and I'm calling from Rocky Mount, Atlanta. And I just gotta say, you hit it dead on the money again, man. But it's sad, really, because I got a mechanical engineering degree, and when I was in school and everything, I barely after the first few years of classes, after a while, I barely saw any black people in my classes, maybe one or two at best. And you know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of sad to me because a lot of black people, more than capable, being dominating fields like engineering, trades, technology. But some people just be comfortable because I can't share nobody. I worked more than my fair share of shitty jobs, but
here's the thing I take a look at. I take a look at something very basic here that I'm sure you can identify with. I look for cues of basic competence. And in my world, basic competence at a basic level means adulthood. An adult should be intelligent, assertive, and self-led. Those are three of the hallmarks of being an adult. When we talk about being able to take care of yourself, you need to be smart enough, willing enough, and able enough to take care of yourself. When I see individuals walking out of the store with house shoes, bonnets, sagging pants, looking like you just rolled out of bed, that screams, I'm not ready. I'm not ready to walk out of the house. I haven't even considered taking on adulthood. That is what that says. I'm not ready for adulthood. I don't carry myself as an adult. I don't see myself as one. I don't take on adulthood. And I take a look at those basic competence cues. So when I don't see those on a wide scale, and I go in public and I don't see that at a wide level, I take notice of that. So when you walk into a class where you're supposed to be learning a skill, but then you take a look at the society and you see a bunch of individuals out there who are afraid to grow up, that they are looking for someone to treat them like a great big-ass infant, that they've been infantilized, and they think that, well, if I just look helpless long enough, they'll leave me alone, because that's what they're really saying. If I just look helpless long enough, then the dominant society will leave me be. And that's not the way it works. I'll let you have the last word.
No, I agree with you on that, because maybe I was just built different, my parents are boomers. Well, I think my dad's a bit older generation, but yeah, they definitely failed in a lot of ways. Just teaching, that generation teaching millennials and Gen Z, they be talking about, yeah, these youngins don't do shit. Excuse my language, but I'm like, yeah, y'all dropped the ball. Y'all really dropped the ball in many ways. It landed in y'all feet. But I hope it's.
It's not like they can point. It's not like they can point to anything that they built that you all took over and screwed up. It's not like that's the case. It wasn't like they handed you all something and then you all messed it up. We can point to what the baby boomers were handed and they screwed up. Now we can point to that. We can point to all the neighborhoods, the black communities, before they were offered integration in drugs. I mean, the white government knew exactly what them old bootlicking niggas were looking for. They were like, man, look here, they talking about revolution. Some of them do want it, but a lot of them really just want a house, a job, and some interracial sexual access. And we can handle that. Next thing you know, here comes the government, public housing, some government jobs, paying minimum wage, but you got benefits. Yeah, but the wage ain't worth a damn. And then, of course, you get social. Dr. Claude Anderson is called, black people haven't progressed one iota since the end of slavery, except socially. So we're allowed to socialize at a higher level, but it's not like it's elevated us. So, yeah, it's not like they built institutions and then you all came in and then screwed it off. The institutions, what passed for institutions was screwed off before you ever got there. There's nothing of any consequence for you to take over. There's nothing of any consequence being handed to you to be able to mess up with. If there is anything of any consequence, you're going to have to build it your damn self, because them niggas damn sure didn't give it to you. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 817. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
What's going on, brother? My name is Tim Fordham. Can you hear me?
Okay, take your phone off the speaker. Anybody calling in here tonight, do not have your phone on speaker, Bluetooth, or headset. You are not going to be able to be heard.
I'm here, brother. I'm here. I'm a crane operator in West Texas.
What is your name and where are you calling from?
Tim Fordham, and I live in Fort Worth, but I'm working in West Texas.
Okay, Tim, we're at in West Texas, Tim. I promise I won't tell anybody. I'm sure there's more than one Tim in West Texas. I guarantee it.
I'm in Pecos right now. I'm currently in Pecos.
Pecos, Texas. So basically, if you follow Interstate 10, Interstate 20, damn near out as far as you can go. Take the 20 out, damn near about as far as you can go before you get to 10. Then
yes, sir.
That's about where it's. And for anybody who's never been out there, it's really the middle of. How can I say this? It's the middle. It's the middle of nowhere, but it is somewhere. And it's that area out there, very brief aside for everyone who needs to know. So you keep going out there and whatnot, because between Pecos, you basically don't have a whole lot until you get to El Paso. Really don't have a whole lot until you get there. But you don't have a whole lot except oil. Now that you do have. You do have a lot of oil infrastructure out there. So it's really a bunch of derricks and stuff. There are no major metropolitan areas. But there is something happening. It's just it's way off the road in a lot of cases. But it's very, very deceptive. But anyway, you're a crane operator out there in Pecos, Texas. Very familiar with the hills and valleys out there. What's on your mind?
I'm just saying, like, brother, we out here doing it. And I see us out here a lot more this boom than the previous last two booms. I've been out here since 2013. And we have the aptitude and the skill set, which is not enough of us as the company men and the owners to really put us on. A lot of times these guys will get in your way. They won't show you the skill, they won't give you the opportunity. So that's why we need like my brothers out here to get in positions. And there's a few out here. But Odessa got a large black population. I'm like, where is all the locals at? Because the local Hispanic force, local white guys, they're owning and they're higher positions. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, we have the skills, and if you do want to get on as a crane operator or making six figures, everybody out here is making six figures. You go get your CDL, work for a crane company, or get a CDL and come out here and you got access to six figures. Now, that's just it. You don't have to be out here forever. You make your plan to do what you got to go do and go on about your business. But
okay. Well, let me find out. Let me put this in context here. Are you originally from Texas?
I'm from California. I came home, I went to the military, and I came home, went to college for a second, used my job bill. I'm like, this ain't working. The money ain't adding up. And I saw on the news, $100 a barrel, got a CDL, came home.
Good. Okay. About how old are you?
36.
Okay.
It'll be 36.
All right. You're a bit younger than I am. I mean, I used to live, Dallas is my old stomping ground. So I'm originally from Shreveport, Louisiana. Dallas Mall, stomping grounds. I was over there about 30 years ago. But what it is there, so I'm familiar with the get down, and of course I've traveled the country and everything else. I'm very familiar with the get down. So for a lot of you fellows who did get involved in that, what you did, and it sounds like you've been in the business with them now for about a decade, I'm wagering.
8 years, I don't know, yeah.
I was about to say, with the way you were describing it, it sounds like you've been hustling it now for about a decade. Okay, but you see, you did it the right way, because yes, when you get into the oil field services, yeah, you can take an entry-level job, and if your standard is, well, as long as I'm doing better than minimum wage, $7 an hour, then I'm doing good. If that's your standard, then yeah, whatever a starter position is, you can pass the drug test when you're just happy as a hog and slop. But for those of you who understand, it's like, dude, that ain't no money. And first thing we have to do is get fellas to understand what money is. $10 an hour ain't no money. $15 an hour ain't no money. Truth be told, you ain't really making no money till you hit $21, $25 an hour. Now you making something that's halfway decent. Anything lower than that, to be totally honest with you. Yeah, I mean, anything, at least now you have the ability to get that, because when you're making overtime at $20 to $25 an hour, now we're talking something. Even making overtime at $12 to $15 an hour really isn't comparable to making overtime at $20 to $25 an hour. Just that $5 to $7 an hour difference can make a huge amount of difference. Plus what it is that you have, your job stability is going to be higher, because it's going to be a lot. Now, I used to work construction, so we all know the difference between the dudes who are driving the forklifts versus the guys who are operating the cranes. So a crane operator is going to be a lot different. And when I worked and stuff, that was when the Latinos were bringing in the illegals and whatnot. So they started getting all black men out the cranes, and then the Latinos were going up there and stuff. But even back then at the time, they were paying $30, $35 an hour. This is back in the 90s to be able to do that. So yeah, if you can get in the cranes and stuff, it's good work if you can find it, but being skilled at it is important, which is why what you said is so critical. You said, I got my CDL. That right there is a skill. Yeah. And you notice now, when you talk about Odessa, now we're heading towards southern Texas. Very familiar with Odessa as well. Now, once you get past, for those of you who don't know, you're heading west, once you get past Fort Worth, you keep on going out past Abilene, and you keep on going out, and it forks off. You go south to Odessa, or you can keep going straight to Pecos if you got 6 or 7 hours of your life that you're willing to dedicate to that. So I'm only doing that so people know that I'm not guessing my way through this. These are things I understand. Go to the right, you head up to Lubbock. Go to the left, you go down to Odessa. Okay, but the fellas, there's a big education effort that has been done, and I'm trying to do my part. But the things you talked about, brother, there's a lot of them who don't know that. I mean, I really tried to go to work to demystify it for them. They don't have anybody in their family who's ever had a skill set. You don't have anybody in your family who's had a job like that. They gutted the industrial sector. So all the guys looking, you got a bunch of fellas in places like Houston, Fort Worth, brother, even from Louisiana where I'm from, you still got, we had a GM plant in Shreveport. Don't you know there's still folks waiting for the GM plant to reopen? And it's been closed for over a decade. Still waiting for it to come back, man. Understand that. So there's a big re-education effort here. If you're sitting around waiting for these vestiges from the 20th century to return, that's the problem. You're going to have to actually get a skill set. This idea that you can do like your mama and go hand in an application to McDonald's and be all right. It's like, no, man, the rent has exploded everywhere. It's not just a New York thing or LA thing. It's everywhere. And you have got to have a skill. Now, it can be a more minor one. It's like CDL, because you can get your CDL in 4 weeks. And I know there's companies that will train you, but technically speaking, you can get a CDL in 4 weeks. You can qualify for it.
For free.
Yeah, you can qualify for it in 4 weeks. Or you can go to school, and get a trade instead. It's going to take you about 6 months to a year, depending on which one it is. But my real thing is, especially as a black man today, you're not really going to get anything without that. Otherwise, what you're trying to do is be the male version of the females you saw in the projects, and it ain't going to work for you. First of all, it's not working for the females. That's the first thing. Second of all, it's damn sure not going to work for you. Because you understand, brother, the only thing they got for an unemployed black man out here is jail and the grave. That's all they got for you. That is it. If you're unemployed, they're just trying to figure out how to get you in a prison cell or a coffin. That's all they want to do. So when you talk about a CDL, now, next thing here, because we're talking about this tonight, because I want to go, I'm giving myself the opportunity and time to chop this up because I don't usually get to do this. All right, you're talking about the oil field services and stuff. Now, when you're heading out there towards, going past Brownsville. No. No. Brownsville. I always keep messing it up.
That's way, what? Ain't the Brownsville way down there?
Yeah, it's.
But they do.
They are building. They are actually building. They are actually building like subdivisions out there in Brownsville, Texas. They're actually building subdivisions out there. Now we're talking about, really these are areas that really are like brownfields. The soil's contaminated and all kinds of crazy stuff. Brother, they're actually I've been to them. They're building new subdivisions out there. It's kind of insane because they call it Brownsville for a reason. The sky is dirty and stuff like that. But here's my thing. Now, working where you do, and here's my thing. You call me on this. If anything that I say next is wrong, in error, and exaggeration, factually inaccurate, you call me on it. Okay? So you get to check Jason if he's wrong on this. All right, having a CDL is cool. But in that particular line of work that you all are in, there's also, it's always been that way, but for those who are interested about it, you can go spend $5,000 on a damn pair of rims. Yeah, you can. Or you can go and buy a diesel truck. You can finance it, but buy a diesel truck, get a trailer for $2,000 or $3,000, and be hot-shotting instead. And
winning. I'm actually walking the semi like last month because I want my own thing. I'm like, you winning, legitimately winning.
Now,
real money.
And that was why when you said Pecos, Texas, you and I both know all the way running from Pecos all the way back to Abilene, because I don't know how far you drive or how far you go. But I mean, I'm telling the truth though. You could running all the way from Pecos all the way back to Abilene, which is really the last major milestone till you get to that Fort Worth area, truthfully speaking. Just that stretch right there, brother, you see hot shots running between Pecos and Abilene all the time. If you're driving 95 miles an hour, not that I would ever drive 95 miles an hour, I would never do that. And we damn sure know the oil people don't drive that. We know they don't do it, so we know they don't do it, and I would never do such a thing. But just assuming I were driving fast enough to pass them, you're going to pass a hot shot literally every third or fourth vehicle. When if you're coming from El Paso, my truck driver is going to bear me witness, but if you're coming from El Paso to Fort Worth, Texas, you ain't going to pass, once you get past the National Forest out there, once you get to Pecos, certainly, you're going to be passing hot shots every third vehicle. It's going to be a hot shot. It's going to be a truck with a trailer, a pickup truck. It looks like a pickup truck for those of you who don't know, but it's really a diesel engine with a trailer carrying either small equipment, axles, something, not even 18-wheelers. And you've been in the business long enough to know, man, there's good money to be made at that. So you could spend, and without outlaying costs, you literally could get started at that anywhere between $5,000 to $8,000. Why buy some rims?
I had a discussion with his hand. He works with the water out here. I said, bro, what are you doing? I know you're making cool money out here, but you got a CDL. And if you ain't, with that hot shot business, if you're not grossing around 300,000, if you're pushing it, you need to keep all of that, but you're grossing around 300,000. You're making some real money. And yeah, all facts. And I don't understand why you guys don't use some menial and not really go after the money. And honestly, if once you have the money, you don't even got to travel that far. You can work locally and still have your own stuff. I know guys that do it. It's just a little work on, and exactly what you said. Because the dude is just a car note.
And here's the reason why, and folks cannot like it when I say it, but it's the damn truth. You're not going to have this conversation in a single mother home. You're not. I don't give a damn if there's a truck driver in the house. The bottom line, hot shotting is not something that women do. That's something that men do. And if you don't have some men around these young males, the kind of discussion that we're having, they're going to be like, hot shot? What are y'all making? Hot dogs? Hamburgers? No. They literally have, like, there's some folk in the chat room who are talking about, what's a hot shot? They got Google. Understand this. They have Google at their fingertips and yet asking us, what is hot shot? So understand, they're waiting for somebody to come bring it to them, and what they need is a grown-ass man to kick them in the ass and say, no, get the hell up. If I'm saying these words, you got Google. There's no reason for you to be asking me what that is. I said oil field services hotshot. You should be able to type it in, oil field services hotshot, and take it from there. There is nothing attractive or sexy about grown-ass men listening to other grown men tell you what the deal is, and you don't even have the motivation. You're too damn intellectually lazy to go to Google and just type in hotshot and to see what it is. While you're sitting up here asking me and waiting for another grown man to come bring it to you, the white boys and the Latinos are already checking their credit score. While you sitting up, what is hotshot? Can you tell me? I mean, cause like my mama, when men take her out on dates, nigga, your mama gonna get somebody to bring her some sex. Ain't nobody bringing you nothing as a grown ass man. So I'm glad we've had this conversation here about this, because these are things I'm very familiar with, been involved with, and we all know the deal about it. So that's what you're doing there. So even if somebody doesn't want to go to the level of being, of being a crane operator necessarily, this is something in particular right there, just with things like that. So in Odessa and whatnot, what I'm saying is there's an education effort that has not been made. There's a bunch of fellas there who don't even know what this is, but this is what happens when you raise them in concentrated areas of poverty, housing projects, single mamas, when the sluts and hoes run things, they don't raise men. So what you're talking about to a lot of them is a foreign language. They don't know what a CDL is. They don't know what it does. They don't know how to get one. But if they had a little bit of coaching about it, it would help them. And if we get to them soon enough, then it'll make a difference. But we're facing a big education effort right now.
Well, brother, what my CDL, I got my cousin told me, that's a convict. Negro, what? Did they just come off your road? For what? Yeah, it's a big disconnect. Their uncle, their daddy was in prison. It's a big disconnect. So everything you're saying is, I'm going to do it, And it's a big disconnect. I wish I would have done all my oil field a few years sooner when I really went from 2010. I came out in 2013, but you're right. We got a disservice by not knowing. I mean, and the other races, they know.
Dude, I just posted the story. I just posted the story a couple of weeks ago talking about how the Sikhs, the damn Indians, the Sikhs are starting to take over the game in trucking now. That there's so many of them now that they're doing major news stories about them. And then you got some jackass telling you about this for convicts, and then go take a look at what he's doing. There's always a Negro trying to justify why he's not doing something. And that's a damn shame. There's always a Negro, male and female, trying to justify why they're not doing better, coming up with an excuse. And let's just say it like it is, brother. You and I can help somebody. We can't help a nigga who's scared. Now that we can. If that nigga is scared to do better and scared to do more, he's going to do nothing but give us excuses for every damn thing. We can give his ass a CDL, and he's not going to do it. We can give him a CDL in the first month's check, and we'll come back in 30 days. The check is gone. The CDL is expired, and he hasn't done anything with it. You can't help a coward. But what we can do is, for those who ain't scared, is like, here are your options: jail, the grave, or living under an underpass. For as long as they allow you to stay there, because they're clearing y'all out from that. What's it gonna be? You're gonna have some who are gonna choose differently, but understand, a lot of them have no earthly idea what you're talking about. They've never heard this. They've never heard the details. They see an 18-wheeler and have no real clue how to get there. They see these ads on TV about truck driving school and don't really understand what it means. So yes, even for something that for you is as basic as that, a lot of them have no frame of reference. They mama damn sure don't know. The block been laying on top of her, and she might have whored herself out to a truck driver, but she didn't find out no game from him. And that's the extent of that. So this is a big education effort we're undergoing.
On the flip side of that, a lot of guys do get a CDL, but they're happy. They get satisfied, and they don't want 2 or 3. Like, so we have to go work for these Hispanics, we have to work for these white people, and they're not going to give you a fair shake. They're not going to show you the back end of how you negotiate and contact things. So once you do get in a position of success, you can't just be satisfied. 5 or 10, just being behind a steering wheel holder, you will never get the freedom that you ask for. Some of these owner operators, no, you truck drivers, they've been in the game a long time. Why you let me know y'all been good money? Oh, I'm just a company driver. Why you want your own truck? Oh, it's easy. Oh, wait, what? You boys make real money in their own decisions. And we used to own the truck.
Well, I mean, that requires you to be a man, though. That requires, because you and I both know the Latinos ain't trying to figure out how to be a company driver like that.
They do it. They do it quick, fast, and hurry. They hire their cousins, their nephews, and all of a sudden they got a shop and they got mechanics. I'm like, what the? And we ain't do that, but we have to drive.
The white dudes damn sure ain't trying to figure out how to be company drivers. Everybody's trying to figure out how to get my credit straight, get this down payment here, and be an owner operator. Everything is about what do I got to do to be an owner operator. And when you watch their videos online, everything is about how did I get to be an owner operator. So yeah, it's about a mindset difference. But that's why I said if all you're trying to do is make more money than minimum wage, then yeah, we're never going to get to where the real money is. If your idea of real money in the 21st century is $15 an hour, I will never be able to help you.
Good, brother. You are God fearing and keep up good work, brother. Hopefully we can come together and make everything.
Well, as hard as it can be here, brother, like I say, just in your case, man, talk to the young cats, man. These young dudes, especially the teenagers and stuff, bypass the grown folk altogether. You got these young cats and things, man. These 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds, man, they can see how screwed up their parents are. And if we can talk to them before they become helpless, and before they give up hope, and we can let them, if somebody just puts the spark of the game in them, that can change everything. I've seen it. I had a fella call me the other week and tell me that he did it as I said it, and it happened. So if we can get to these young kids before their folks up here and break them, it'll make a difference.
They got less excuses. Less excuses than grown folks. What are you talking about? Tough it out. Make it happen. You're right, because it falls in deaf ears. Talking to somebody, one of your peers who don't want to do no better. I'm like, I don't know. It's a disconnect. You're absolutely right. 100% right. Focus on the next generation because they see it. They see the hope.
Yeah, grown-ass people. We sit up here trying to drag grown-ass people and whatnot. You spend decades trying to drag somebody who wasn't going nowhere. And meanwhile, these kids, you give them just a little bit of the game and they run with it. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from here, code 562. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
What's up, Jason? My name is Ryan. I'm calling out of Long Beach.
Okay, what was your name again?
Ryan.
Ryan out of Long Beach. What's on your mind?
I was just calling in. First, shout out that dude because I'm actually 19 myself, and I was looking that up as he was speaking about it. And that's a really nice profession. I'm gonna look more into that. But my dad told me since day one, don't ever look to get a minimum wage job. That is just so like degrading. You need to work way harder than that. I've never understood how people are acceptable with having a job like that. Just like it's perplexing to me. Like what makes you think that's acceptable when you're that age?
Low expectations to begin with. When you are raised around folks who allow that to be the standard, just understand that that's one of the issues we've always had as Black folk. On the plantations, you had those who accepted the conditions and those who didn't. That is really the perpetual, eternal struggle that we have. Those who see the position that we're in and accept it, and those who see the position that we're in and fight it. You really only fall in one of those two categories. That you are a person who wishes to survive or you're a person who wishes to thrive. It really is that simple. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get called from area code 206. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name is Thomas. I'm calling from Dallas. Plano. And
Stomping Grounds. What's on your mind?
You're absolutely right about this IT thing. I'm telling you, I've installed those self-check kiosks at Walmart. Believe me, you are right. And I get paid $30 an hour to do it. So,
and they used to be really expensive. Now the price has gone down so low that you or me could set up a store and have 4 of them in there.
That's right.
And be rolling.
That's right. And it's not just the retail stores. It's the banks. All of these guys are automating. And I'm getting paid between $28 and $35 an hour to install all kinds of computer equipment and kiosks and stuff all over Texas. I had one case. I drove to Abilene, Texas, for $35 an hour plus mileage to basically install 2 USB cables. I'm like, you know, I love that. It's good.
Yeah, it's not entry level.
I'm sorry?
And it's not entry level. That's the real point right there. If you're sitting up here saying, well, as long as I'm competitive with the workers at the drive-thru at McDonald's, I'm doing good. It's like, dude, this is not a lack of money. This is a lack of vision.
That's right. And if you do quality work, man, you're in demand. They keep calling you up. You can't fight them off. I mean, it's just, you know, and I mean, another instance, they paid me mileage to drive from Dallas to Amarillo. You know how far that is. Work
forever in a damn day. Forever in a damn day is what it is. But yeah, I mean, that's going to be a day right there. But the real thing is put yourself in a position, if you're going to be doing it, you need to be getting top dollar for it. So the real thing needs to be broken down, brother. When you're walking through the store in your damn fuzzy slippers and stuff, because being a big ass child is cute. That's why I'm just like, okay, you know what? It just needs to be do or die time. It needs to be do or die time. The dead weight got to go. All the grown ass people dressed like little children walking around in their pajamas and not willing to get up. It's like, dude, you're already lost to us. Let's just go ahead and get you out the way so that we can get something real accomplished here. But damn, fighting with grown people who want to remain children. If you are not pulling the wagon, you need to get run over by the wheels of it. It's really just that simple. But you know, like I know, brother, in the 21st century, it takes work to fail today. It really takes an honest effort to fail today. It's like, how in the hell did you miss this many opportunities unless you're just not trying? Brother, ignorance is a choice today. It's not a condition. Yeah. It's a choice.
But you notice it, but here's the thing. It's also, if you kind of think about it, in the environment a lot of these people are in, they're being told that being unhealthy like Lizzo is a good thing. You know, having no education is a good thing. You're keeping it real. You know, like you said, being a slouch, walking around in public with your pants sagging. It's all this mediocrity that you're being encouraged.
Okay, looks like his phone call dropped there, but I think we got the point about that. Being mediocre is a death sentence. Let me get call America 469. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's John from Dallas.
John from Dallas, what's on your mind?
Hey, dovetailing off of what you were talking about with that other gentleman who was, I think, out there, I forgot what he was doing, but a lot of people, some of them, they don't hear those conversations that me and you grew up hearing. But another issue I'm noticing is people get warnings and they simply don't listen to them. Like, for example, for those of us who are in one of those states, so I call them formerly Spanish territories, but, you know, like Texas, Florida, Colorado, etc. There was something that we knew growing up, and that's that Spanish was going to become very important. And yet I think most of the people were very resistant to it. And then now I can't tell you the number of times I've gotten jobs or assignments just from knowing Spanish. And likewise, I've banged that drum about automation. Well, people are now seeing more and more as to the role automation's playing. So it seems like, and again, like, it's not limited to black people, that's all that we care about in this program. But it seems like we have this issue of people getting these warnings, being told these warnings, and then just for decades they don't do anything, and then they get caught flat-footed when things start turning economically. And I'll just throw this out right now, then I'll be finished. Most recently, public health has exploded because we're in a once-in-a-100-year pandemic. And so there's another great avenue, and I don't see enough of us in that either. So we need to really see where these headwinds are going, and we need to act on it, being in the trades, being in the sciences, wherever. You know what I mean?
My goal now is to make sure the young folk understand, because I made it very, very clear. I'm done. I'm not dragging anybody over the age of 30. If you have just been indoctrinated, if you have been diluted, if you have been broken, you stay where you're at. If you're trying to figure out how to make yourself comfortable at your job, where you are, getting by, then you go ahead and you stay there. But everybody else who wants to do better and not be vulnerable to this stuff, come follow me. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Good night. Let me get call America 209. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Tanya Collins. I am calling from Stockton.
That's what he's
Tanya from Stockton.
And the reason, yes, No, I wanted to tell you, first of all, I wanted to say thank you. I'm a first time listener, but I wanted to say thank you because the field that I chose, everybody looked down on me and was like, oh no, why you going to that? It was a trade. I've been doing this since I was 21 years old. And then
what trade is that?
Business. Actually, I drive tour buses. I got my CDLs and I got all endorsements.
Okay, so you have your CDL with all your endorsements.
Yes.
Okay, you know I got to test you. What are the endorsements that you have?
I have the hazmat, and I have the double wide, and I have the endorsements where I can drive the 15-wheeler with the stick shifts.
Okay, so she's got hazmat, double, doesn't have tanker.
One of my girlfriends drives the 6-wheeler.
She's got some endorsements. She doesn't have all of them, but that is good for those of you. Now, you say you're a first-time listener. This is the first time you ever tuned into my program.
Well, this is the first time I was able to call to get through.
Okay, this is not the first time. Okay, you've been listening for a while. Okay, you've been listening for a while, so you know that my advice to people going to get their CDLs and everything is always the same. When you get your CDLs at the beginning, get your endorsements at the beginning, because once you get out there and start rolling, you're going to be so busy that it's going to be a big ass hassle for you to try to go back later and add on your endorsements. It's a whole lot easier to just get that out of the way at the beginning, so you got them, and that way when you get rolling, you can just keep going. So I'm glad to see that happened for you there. So you're out there in California. She's along that I-5 corridor, so it should be pretty good for you.
Oh, yeah, well, you since you know it, you already own it. So the thing about it is I'm actually in the process of doing that right now. And it's funny that you said that, because the company that I work for, I am not just being a worker. I learned everything that I needed to learn in that company, to where the owner of the company wants to basically have me take over certain parts of the company, because I'm making a good salary, but I don't want to be comfortable. I see a higher vision. So I'm going all the way with it. And like you said, he told me if I get another endorsement, he would pay for it, because he already paid for me to get like what we have out here is called a SPAB, to where you have to have, all of that to deal with school kids. And he paid for that. So I've been, so I said, okay, and I'm taking advantage of it. So like I said, when you did the business and you were saying to get a trade, I've been doing this since I was 21, and that lets me know that I was in the right area and the right field. So I got to thank you for that, to let me know what I was doing was correct. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's the real thing I want to check on here, because you have a lot of people out there who tell people things, and what I've set up the Black Channel for is to be different. I give people specific suggestions, specific principles, specific objectives to go for, and then tell them 3 words nobody else says. Call me back. After I tell you something, call me back. I don't screen call.
Right.
You can call me back publicly and open up the phone line with Jason. I followed your advice to a T and went bonkers, and nothing worked out for me. I'm the only person suffering public scrutiny. You call me back publicly if anything I've said did not work. And in over a decade, that phone call has never come in. So I take pride in the fact that, I've lived up to my goal of giving you all a repository of actionable, reliable, accurate information. Now that, and thank you very much for calling in and verifying that, the only thing I ask of you is to pay it forward. You can't, if you want to pay it back, the way you pay it back is by paying it forward. There is another young Black female out there and a whole bunch of young Black males, and they are completely clueless. They had a bunch of folk out there giving them bad and inaccurate information, like you were being given, discouragement from individuals who had failed. They don't know a damn thing about what you're trying to do. All they know how to do is fail, and they don't want to see you trying to do anything because they never did anything. So they were broken and you weren't. And it's up to individuals like you. If you really want to thank me, become part of that multiplier effect. You pick it up now and you say, hey, I'm here to be an evangelist for saying that this is the right way to do it.
Actually, it's funny that you said that, because actually I did take the memo, because I actually trained my cousin. And now my cousin is in the process of What he did was he got on at the port out here in Oakland, and I told him, I said, okay, take it to another level. So he said, okay. I told him, learn everything you need to learn and get you a rig. So now, since stuff was funny, he ended up asking me, well, how do I buy a rig? So me and him, we did the research. We went to the library, got everything, and right now his credit is good, and he's in the process of getting him a rig because I'm the one who helped him get his commercial license. I took him behind the wheel, taught him how to bus drive and everything.
Now that's what we need to have more of. That right there is what makes a difference. Not having a bunch of folk out here telling you what can't be done, having some folk out here who actually get in there and help you to get it done. That's what we need to have more of. Thank you very much for your help in this matter, because that's the kind of thing that really makes a difference on the ground. And God knows Black folk in California need
it. Tell me about it, because like I said, when I told my dad when I was younger, when I was 5 years old, I told him, I said, I want to get my commercial license. And he looked at me and he was like, are you sure do you want to go to college? I said, no, I want to get my commercial license. And of course, like you said, you have those that was, oh, you don't want to do that? Why you don't want to get you a good job? And why you don't want? I said, no, this is what I wanted to do. And I stuck to it. And of course, you have the haters that'll tell you, oh, I wouldn't make it in this world as a driver. I mean, I heard all of it, but I kept pushing for it. And I kept reading and kept saying, okay, how do I need to get this next endorsement? I picked up the books. I took classes for the trade. And then, like I said, when you did that program, the business, and was like, that let me know, I said, went on the right path, and all I'm doing is keep going, and I am, helping somebody else. I'm not being selfish with it. Anybody that comes to me and help, I am helping them, because like I said, I help my cousin, and anybody now is to the point where when I'm on my job, my boss have people for me to train them. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not being selfish with that. I am getting back, especially to argue.
Like I told you, chat room asking, are you single? So if you drop your email there, just
then you won't be banned.
Thank you very much for giving us a call, guys. We appreciate that.
Right, go ahead.
This was my mission when I set out to make the Black Channel, was to give you all a repository of accurate information, the things that your parents and schools did not give you. I don't charge a dime. You don't have to book a session. You don't have to pay anything for that. All you have to do is have the guts and the gumption to get out here and make it happen and stop following the path of failure that was laid to you by your parents. Let me get caller from area code 716. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, sir. This is outside calling from Niagara Falls, New York, by way of I-65 towards Indiana. Well, in Indiana. Can you hear me?
All right, then. What was your name again?
Sai.
All right, Sai. What's on your mind, brother?
I just had first things first, I got two things on my mind. So, you mentioned about Amazon. You were spot on about how Amazon had us. So, I used to work for Amazon just a few months ago. And it was literally just like the overseeing plantation, modern day plantation. I can't believe how you hit on the nail just like that. So I used to work there a couple months ago, right? I do trucking now. But when I used to work in an Amazon warehouse, it was like they always come up to you, what's your scan rate? What's your scan rate? And what I realized when I first started working there, they would like take months to not promote you, but to give you a new vest. Like give you a new job, like maybe wrap pallets or move pallets or go from scanning to something else. And what I realized, they're not really looking for employees. They're looking for utilities, is what I'm saying. So
they're looking for workers.
When I first started, they would take months.
They're looking for workers. They're not looking for employees. They're really looking for glorified day laborers, truth be told.
Yeah, that's what I meant, like utilities, like actual tools, you know what I'm saying? And the reason I left, because they would do like flex. What flex is, they'll stretch your hours. So what I would do, I used to work 3 jobs. Amazon was one of them. So I would go like 2 o'clock in the morning. My shift started at 4 o'clock. And I'd go over there, right? And I'll be like 4 to 8. Then I go to my next job afterwards. What they would do, they'll give you an extra hour without telling you. So you're supposed to leave when the bell rings. But if that bell don't ring, that means you got to stay for an extra hour, work the extra shift. And if you leave, they take points off your take points off. Then you get less time for vacation or you get points added on, you know, get fired eventually if you're doing that. It's like leaving early almost, but if you're not even leaving early, they just give you overtime without even asking you, you know what I'm saying? So you supposed to leave at 8 o'clock, and your ass there by 9 o'clock, and I'll be late for my next job. Like, yo, this is ridiculous. I'm losing money on my next job, or I lose money here. What I gotta do? So I ditched Amazon. Best decision I ever made in my life, man. I went to trucking, and I've been looking for it for like since I was like 19 when I first heard about it from you. And I'm not complaining at all. I've only been driving for like probably like 4 or 5 months since I left training. And I've been making better money compared to Amazon and my other 2 jobs I did before. And it was better pay. I'm looking at least, I just started. So my last check was $900, and I'm on a program right now. So they actually give you extra pay for what I do, because I do dedicated. And by next year, I'll be looking at least 1,000, even more per week if I keep doing what I'm doing right now. And I talk to drivers that have been doing this shift like at least 5 or 10 years. They make like, so they say, over 2,000 a week. And I'm like, yo, this is the lick.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm driving east. Yeah, what's up?
I mean, if they are, especially in that New York area, New York's a bit of a finicky thing, especially if you can go into the city. Because if you're a driver who can go into the city, they make a lot more. But definitely $2,000 a week. Oh, yeah. Yeah, brother, I know some dudes who are making 3 to 4. So, like I said, I mean, believe it or not, it's very doable. But once again, please get your endorsements so you have as wide an array as possible, and make sure you get experience. Yes, that's probably going to be the most important thing you can have. Is the more experience you have, more road miles, more experience. That counts for that, and then just keep the wheels turning. That's the most important things. I think I know if you get 4 truck drivers in the room, they're going to hit you with a whole bunch of different information. But distill down to its essence, that's really what it comes down to. And then eventually, once you have enough experience under your belt and you're making plenty of money for somebody else, now you are ready to start having the conversation about, all right, maybe I need to go give me an international or a Peterbilt and see if I can roll this.
Yeah, one more thing. Yeah, one more thing before I leave, but I'll let you go. I had a question. So I was talking to a friend of mine. Well, a friend of mine who's from Buffalo, New York. That's where I used to live before I moved to Niagara Falls, and before I started doing OTR on the road past couple months. And there's some rumors going on. I really want your opinion about this, man. So I'm pretty sure. So we talked about Amazon, Walmart, and Home Depot, and everywhere else being automated, robots and computers and so on and so forth, right? So I want your opinion. There's been rumors for years, and I didn't see any big push towards it yet. But there's been rumors about trucks industry being automated as well, and people kept bringing it on and on and on. And they got the Detroit out where basically you do active cruise control, and all you gotta do is put your hands on the wheel, and it'll basically shift the gears for you while you're driving.
Listen to me, folks. All I can say is we've been talking about flying cars since the damn Jetsons. And we are no closer to a legitimate flight in 50 years. As soon as the cars hit the road, they started talking about the cars flying. And we're no closer today to a flying car today than we were when the Jetsons hit the airwaves. And we've been hearing about it forever. So what you have is a bunch of folk trying to sell an idea. People like Elon Musk get money from ideas. That boring company that he swore was going to revolutionize every time you turn around, he's here to revolutionize something. And what it really does is it becomes a way to enhance the value of the company, because they're promising you any day now they're going to take off in some new direction or something you didn't know could be done in a way with. So the boring company never made a dime. Self-driving never made a penny. Truth be told, Tesla has never made a dime, truth be told. But what they've done is they've increased the quote-unquote value of the company. So how do you increase the value of the company? By promising people that you're going to pioneer some new technology. And what that does is that gives people a reason to keep increasing the valuation of it. But the bottom line is self-driving cars as a mass utility isn't going to be showing up anytime soon. As far as self-driving trucking is concerned, the only place that anybody is discussing self-driving trucking right now is long haul. That's the only place that they're discussing it. And even then, they're only talking long haul dedicated routes and really right up until you get to the populated areas. So, West Texas, between Nevada and California, that stretch on Interstate 10. So in other words, where it's safest and easiest and the possibility of an accident or something is limited. But this idea that they're selling it to you as if you're going to have self-driving cars competing with people on George Washington Bridge, brother, that's not coming anytime soon, if ever. Now, there's the dirty little secret. After all these people put all this money investing into it, there's going to be big names involved, by the way. Well, Jason, Apple, Jason don't know what he's talking about. Apple say they working on self-driving cars. Weren't they also working on a damn Apple Watch and Apple TV? When's that going to take off? You haven't had a home run idea at Apple since Steve Jobs was alive. But they have to keep coming up with new ideas. Otherwise, why would you keep buying their stock? So what I'm saying is, brother, we've been hearing about self-driving cars now for over a decade. We've been hearing about flying cars for over 5 decades. Neither one is here. So what you're seeing is a whole lot of experimentation and so far no results. But you know what you are seeing? The demand for truckers is higher than it's ever been. Now that you do see. Man, Don't fall for the damn hype. Get y'all's asses up, get your CDLs, get all your endorsements, and let's not worry about the robot trucks, okay? Because the bottom line is, it would still... Understand, by the time they get that thing done, which ain't gonna happen anytime soon. Even if they did, it's still, the problem is this isn't a checkout scanner at Walmart. This is a machine that's gonna have to take on liability, because if it's found to be responsible for an accident, it's gonna take on the liability. And it'll be too easy for that. It's like, there's the real problem with self-driving vehicles is if they have an accident, how do you prove that the machine isn't always at fault? I mean, a lawyer in court is always. I would take even a base lawyer is always going to be able to prove that the truck is at fault. Who's he going to be a witness for? How is he going to, except in the most egregious circumstances? How are you going to prove that the truck isn't at fault? It's going to be too easy to make the truck liable. So what I'm saying is, with all those things being equal, the cost of having these, if you think that these trucks are going to be cheap, by any stretch of the imagination, hell no. What I see is that they're not going to try to eliminate drivers. What they're going to try to do is limit them. So that was why, very brief aside here, because you had this question. Elon Musk, when he unveiled that 18-wheeler rig, which, by the way, they haven't built the first one. Been a couple years now, and they still ain't built the first one. Big splash at his little convention thing. He ain't built the first damn one yet. So it sound familiar? Here, bring us a bunch of money and a bunch of investment. Oh, we got to deal with Walmart and whatnot. Ain't built the first one yet. But there was one part of his presentation, and this was the only part of the presentation that was really meant. This was the one that was really meant to sell. And as a trucker, you understand this. That they have that these things will be built with a convoy feature. Now that is new. That convoy feature is new, and that one is possible. But what is the convoy feature? For those of you who don't know, it's basically where you can have it can basically chain 3 trucks together, not physically, but you have a driver in the first truck, and he can have up to 3 trucks behind him that he'll be controlling remotely, and they will simply follow.
Oh, are you talking about like trailers, like actual trucks?
No, the whole truck. You have a lead. Basically, one truck has a person in it, and the 3 behind him will be remote controlled. They'll be driverless. And so in other words, what you're selling is the idea that one human would be able to transport 4 times the load. Now that's what you're selling. That's what Elon is really selling. Now that one is doable because in effect, you can have all of them moving so closely that when the lead truck hits the brake, all the others hit the brake at the exact same time. So you're basically having one person able to control all of them. Now, that one is feasible. Problem, not feasible anytime soon. Near-field communication is still something we're working on. Reliability of it would be a problem. One of those trucks get away from you, and God help you. How often it would occur, because we all know that Elon Musk would never put the technology out before it was ready. I mean, he would never put driverless cars out there before they're ready. He certainly wouldn't have cars that are bursting into flames because of the battery packs overheating. That he would never do something like that. And he certainly wouldn't have driverless cars running people over after he promised people that they could see at night. We all know that would never happen either. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so anyway, like I say, what these people are willing to sell and what they can actually do are two separate things, brother. What they're willing to sell you on, and understand that presentation wasn't for you. That presentation was for the stockholders. Hey, take a look at the great new stuff we're working on. Okay, we're working on it, but when's it going to be ready? We don't know. 5, 10 years? And all you heard was 3 to 5 years. Yeah, it could be 3 to 5 to 10 to 20 to never. And he's not going to be responsible if he just jumps up and says he can't do it, like he just did with the Boring Company, by the way. For those of you who've forgotten, with the Boring Company and their hyperloops that were supposedly going to light the world on fire, and Elon has quietly now basically stepped away from all those commitments they were claiming, and is now on their websites, they basically removed all timelines now. After all that hype and circumstance, after getting the price up and everything, we're going to have hyperloops and boring and drilling, and we're going to have underground subway. Now the price of the stock went up to $800. Now he's quietly stepped back from all of it. That wasn't for you. Wow. Don't believe me. You all can go Google this and go take a look at it for yourselves. That wasn't for you. That was for the stockholders. That's who that was for. But all I'm saying, brother, is if you're a business owner and you're getting your pennies together to go purchase one of those driverless trucks so you can kick these niggas out from your company, don't go to the dealership all at once. That's my only advice I could give you. Don't all line up at the same time. I got a feeling y'all gonna be there for a minute. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Man, it ain't going nowhere. It is not going nowhere. Y'all need to understand the difference between people who make things and people who sell things. And you're in a day and age where people are selling ideas. Somebody's willing to buy the stock based on the idea, away they go. Elon Musk has become the richest man in the world, and most of what he is selling has never even made it to market. Call him area code 757. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Andre from Virginia.
Okay, if you're on speaker, you need to take your phone off the speaker, whoever you are. You all got a lot of background noise behind you there.
Yeah, can you hear me now? I'm not on speaker.
Okay, your phone is really muddled. What is your name?
Andre.
Okay. If you're on speaker, take your phone off the speaker. You're very clearly not speaking into a receiver. If you are, your Boost Mobile needs to be redone.
I'm on the road. Maybe that's why. It's like a little background.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Virginia.
Where at in Virginia?
Newport News.
Newport News, Virginia. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about being young and being told that you should go to college and get a degree, anything. My dad told me, go to college, get a degree, make $50,000. So I went to college and got a degree in psychology. And I know I've been listening to your show for your broadcast before, and so I fell into the pitfalls of having a psychology degree.
Okay. Well, certainly if you have a degree in psychology, that's not going to work out very well. I'm not sure if you're on a Bluetooth or something, but your phone's really muddled. Try to give us a call back when you get in a better place there. But certainly if you went to school for psychology, that's going to be a problem. Let me get called from area code 859. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Jason, this is Jerome from Louisville, Kentucky.
Jerome from Louisville, what's on your mind?
So I've always said that just like how my generation, we had to learn Microsoft Word and PowerPoint and stuff in school, and that was a skill that, you know, everyone learned in public school. Programming is going to be one of those essential skills. So, you know, as a software engineer, the value of a software engineer right now is so high because there's so little of us. Like there's only a couple million of us. And a lot of us aren't even in the United States. They're in, you know, in India, China, etc. So if you have children and you're not at least making them technologically aware, like technologically literate, you're literally dooming them to poverty because of how integrated computers are in our society. There's literally no facet of society where computers have not been integrated. Even at McDonald's, when they take the order, they're taking it on a touch screen computer. And you know, that's something that
even at McDonald's, when they take your order, they're taking it on a touch screen computer. Well, yeah, they were before they started making the customers take their own orders.
Very true.
Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Very true. So, and this is why, you know, I've done the thing where I've been doing, like here in Louisville, I own a company, J Chris Solutions, and I've actually been teaching kids how to code. And it's that Black children how to code, and it's at no expense to the families. And the reason why I'm doing that, because that's for multiple reasons, but it's social investment. These children, you know, our young Black children, they need to have these skills. Children soak up things like a sponge. It's much easier to teach a child programming than it is to teach a 25, 30-year-old grown-up how to code, right? So, because I started coding when I was 8 and started my first company when I was 14. And if I had started when I was 21, 22, I don't think I'd have the same results. And, you know, I don't have a college degree, but I was still a senior engineer at Apple. And it's not, we need to get out of this, go to college and get a deification from some white institutions and more building the skills. So with automation, yes, there's going to be things, there's always going to be parts that cannot be 100% automated, but the value of a entry-level employee, as you said, has gone to nil. There is no value. And for people who think, oh, well, you know, the United States ain't just going to let a significant portion of its population be unemployed, or we're going to have UBI or, you know, whatever, you know, that's a pipe dream. Like, you know, they just showed you they don't care about y'all. Like the moratorium just ended. All these states cut off their, the states turned away federal funding for unemployment because they didn't want to give the people unemployment. We are, Corona, this last year, whether people realize it or not, in hindsight, was the best time to get your stuff together, to make yourself an irreplaceable cog in the machine that is the economy. Because right now, all the replaceable cogs are now going to be replaced by computers. So all that unemployment money people have been getting, I really hope y'all are using it to, you know, buy Udemy courses or whatever to like build up skills. I mean, a lot of this stuff is you can learn for free. Google will certify you for free. Amazon will certify you for free.
Well, yeah, if you're willing to go to the course for that there, but just understand it would be just, you're useful to Amazon either which way it goes. That's the real thing I want folks to understand. You're useful to Amazon skilled, I mean with Amazon Web Services, and you're useful to Amazon unskilled, toiling in them warehouses working at 110-degree heat. So everybody who they get kicked off the unemployment and everything, if you get up and go get it beforehand, you got a slot. If you don't, they can put you in one too. It's just going to be a hell of a one to be in. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah. Let me get caller Mary code 610. You're on live with Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Scott. I'm giving a call from Reading, Pennsylvania.
Okay, Scott, you said from Reading?
Yes.
All right, what's on your mind?
I have a question for you. So it's kind of going along the lines of like the whole automation thing. You know, I'm I'm a counselor in the federal government. You know, I mean, I make pretty higher level counselor. I make pretty decent money. But what is your thoughts on where sales are going? Because I have a brother. That he's I know I'm trying to school him, trying to give him good advice, but he's like a manager at like AT&T. He doesn't have any college education, but he's really good at sales. But little by little, they're having a kiosk even in there. Even before I was doing what I was doing now, kind of dabbled in real estate, and even back then the realtors were kind of butthurt because they were like, people are offering, to sell people's houses without any realtor.
Well, folks, let's try to keep our comments more brief here. I got a lot of folks on the line, but you said about sales.
Sure.
Yeah. What type of sales? Does he do business sales for them, or what exactly does he do? Because it really doesn't matter. But go ahead and tell me anyway.
No, pretty much he's like a manager. He manages a few AT&T stores.
Yeah.
So what did you feel like, with the whole automation thing? Do you think he's really good at what he does? He keeps on moving up. His store's always number one. So what advice?
Okay.
It almost seems like that's becoming.
He's always moving. He's always moving up, and his store is number one. Brother, AT&T is the progenitor of ruthless efficiency. They just got rid of Randall Stevenson, who they should have gotten rid of a decade ago. And the bottom line is they are not trying to figure out how to keep a single one of those stores open. Not a single one. AT&T is concerned about one thing: preserving its stock price and its dividend to retain more investors because it's a blue chip. That is all it's concerned about. There is nothing, absolutely nothing that you can do to make yourself more valuable to that company. Nothing. You literally could come up with an idea to cut their costs in half. They will give you a nice certificate. They will give you a $1,000 check. They will have you sign away your rights to the idea, which you did when you signed up as an employee. You already signed away your rights when you got hired. And then they will fire you on their next round of layoffs. That's how far their loyalty to you will go. Nowhere. And they pride themselves on it. So there are no circumstances under which I would tell someone that. And by what you described there, that tells me your brother's been working for him for what, 5 to 10 years?
No, he's like 26, about 5 years.
Okay. Not guessing my way through this. So I would never advise anybody to make any long-term plans of working for any. Once again, these companies that are holdover legacy companies from the 20th century, General Motors, AT&T, General Electric, people. These companies do. You think Amazon is just upfront about not wanting to pay you a pension and wanting to get rid of you before you become too expensive. AT&T and General Motors and the rest of them companies, they're the ones who pioneered this. Getting rid of defined benefits, getting rid of pensions, getting you off the payroll, getting you off their health insurance. They're the ones who created these things. So this idea that anyone's going to walk in there and try to make long-term plans of any kind, to me, is lunacy. Absolutely.
So as far as transferable skills, what would you recommend me say to him, or because it's things are becoming a little kind of tight for most people.
The only thing he could look into is maybe IT, but the problem is telecommunications is a very specific thing, and if he's not actually working on the fiber, he doesn't have a skill. Nothing that they need.
Got it.
The whole, understand something, when a decade ago, Randall had come up with the pipe dream that AT&T was going to be a wireless company, that they were going to get out of wireline altogether. And that included UVerse. Everything would be done through cell phone tower. That was his plan then. Now, of course, it didn't work, but the very fact that they let you know that's what they aspired to, because the infrastructure would be a lot easier to maintain. Now, it's a wonderful little fiction, not really practical, to be totally honest, because eventually it has to hit fiber at some point to be able to get to the head end. But the bottom line is, brother, they're not trying to figure out how to The only thing that they can do that you could do that isn't going to go anywhere anytime soon is if you're actually working on the fiber as a technician, or the towers as a technician. That's really the only thing as far as the technicians are concerned. So the ones who go to the houses and the businesses, for those guys, yeah, you'll be mostly okay, although they try to get rid of as much of that as they can. But I can't seriously tell you that there's anything that's safe there. If they had their way, they would get rid of everybody except the executives. So I can't really tell you there's anything safe. There isn't anything. Telecommunications is a niche market. So yeah, you can take your skill, but you can't take it into the general public. You can take that skill set from AT&T to Verizon, but it's not like you can take it from AT&T to Walmart or Amazon. It's not like you can do that. Now, they do have some IT people. That would be the only thing I could think of that would have transferability. Outside of that, nothing. All their manufacturing is done overseas. Well, they don't manufacture the cell phones anyway. They're just a vendor for them. They don't really own a lot of the cell phone towers. Those are actually owned by third-party companies in a lot of cases. Now, a lot of the fiber infrastructure they do own and maintain. But other than that, no. So, no. I don't have any. There's nothing I would tell him to invest himself in. The only thing that a company like AT&T or Verizon is good for when you're working for them is to prepare yourself for where you're going next. Because I assure you, they are spending their every waking moment trying to figure out how he has worked for them for 5 years, and they want his next 5 to be his last 5. And they have corporate meetings at AT&T where their whole sole purpose is to get people off the payroll before they can ever retire. And if you don't believe me, go talk to any union steward whenever it's time for the contract to come up for renegotiation. AT&T makes it very clear they are there to pay as little as they can and to remove as many people as they can.
Eight.
When making the Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich, people ask how I felt about burger places on fried chicken.
See, you don't be remember throwing the shit at me.
No.
Yeah.
Why?
Your daddy. What you looking for? Huh? You mean? What's wrong? You hot?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you got a shirt on there, don't you?
Yeah. Some more things on the wet in my shorts.
This should be a t-shirt. I know it's another shirt somewhere. Yeah, you had it's right here too. I just saying. Them dirty. I was getting some air too. Excuse me, I was getting some air too. No, I got nothing the air she just picked. As soon as we laid down, shit. What you talking about? I seen her go up to right before I went over there and laid down. She went up there. I got a tune. I can remember when you go up there. That's so. Yeah, about the remote.
Huh?
About the remote.
Yeah. You can keep it there. I'm gonna smoke this and go back to bed.
That's why I'm about to smoke this and try to go to sleep. I already ate candy. I don't know what the fuck. I think it was that coffee in the afternoon. That shit. It's still early though. It's just 10. I'm trying to go to sleep. So she called me again. I don't think she'll come downstairs though. I'm up and down already.
Brake system's real old.
What brake system?
The brake system on our bike.
You dreaming again? You still sleep?
Oh yeah.
You still sleep? You talk about the brake system on her bike. Nah, shit.
Take it to the head. Take it to the head.
Hell yeah. Shit. It seems like the air that enjoy people fast.
Yeah, because yeah. All that resonant shit.
I took medicine, just bringing this shit up. flip to. Oh, switch take a big hit. All that shit up on this shit. But I was getting sick. But by me taking the medicine every 4 hours, it's working, getting out my chest because I just got to do some more medicine today. I didn't have everything. When she gave me that money, that helped me out a lot. That's why I didn't have to ask for nothing. Ooh, shit. Nah, I don't want to go no day. This ain't no time to be. I want my immune system good. Cause I got all this shit all up there coming out, so all coming out. Another thing keep me from sweats. Hot flash with me. I'm supposed to stay hydrated. It helps bring out a lot of phlegm too. Help it come up easy. I lost a lot of fluid when I had to run. I was taking that to the head. I got shit coming from everywhere right now. My nose, out my chest, out my head. Take them for that. This girl had me from overseas. And I'm like, shit, girl, what the fuck I'm gonna do this? Then you with the shit. That's why I asked you, did she use my machine? Hell no.
Hell no.
I just bought that motherfucking shit. That fucked up. I should have been with that. My nose and shit stopped up right now. I hate I can't see the thing. I had to look hard to see it. Really?
Mm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I could. It drained this stuff from right here.
Who's it?
It's the itch to shit out my ear. Like put the palm on the thing right there on it. Ooh, feel it. It just drained all that shit now. That was a nice one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I gotta charge that other one up. So you gonna give me another one of those, cause that thing gonna click is a motherfucker. I ain't had it in a while. Since you've been using it, I said I wasn't gonna use it. Did the G spot here with the clip at the same time. Like, damn. Ran the show, bought that for me. Yeah. Did she buy it for me? Yeah. This girl got a collection of them shit. It's better when it's coming from a warm body, though.
I agree.
Huh?
I agree with that.
Yeah. That's why I don't be really giving it. Every time it helps me. When I think about you, that's it. some more. Maybe again, I get some more 13 minutes. Yes. I got one more day. Then they go withdraw when I did made. It goes to my Coinbase. Yeah, when I pay on my phone, it goes to I gotta finish those lessons too. There ain't been no more.
I go every day. Check it out.
I get the notification, but it is new. But somebody tell me before I get them.
Mr. Pittman and Mr. Pittman.
What was that?
It's a store down south.
What about it? Was one up here.
It's like a grocery store.
Yeah, it was a Mr. Pig down the east side. What about it? I don't know why I just bought me those chips. I should have bought me something else to snack on. I ain't bad. I ain't like those. It tastes like them corn and baked chips. They got fresh like Pringles. you.
Got up next.
I like my food this earlier. It's at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is really convenient.
I like the 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock days. And I love the egg. I just want to, see what's going on before I go to bed.
You need to be aware of what's going on. Fox News does a very good job with that.
I think a lot of questions that are asked are things that we want to know.
Letters I love.
You get understanding. That's the most important thing.
A lot of the stories are stories you can't get elsewhere.
Definitely another way to end the evening. You Bet Your Life coming this September.
There are so many great golf courses. And of course, wherever this summer takes you, let Meloche Palace of Lake Orion get you there in a perfectly tuned vehicle. Meloche has the go-to team to keep your vehicle running great. Just wait, she just made that hut. Awesome. There is only one great service team for your vehicle.
Meloche Palace always makes sense for you.
GoldenNuggetCasino.com wants to put you on for single brand new Bentley. Join our $5 million yearly race now and earn points by playing your favorite slot table game. The more you play, the bigger the chance to win $5 million in prizes, including a new Bentley Manteca, coast-to-coast vacation, and more. Don't miss out. Get your share of the prize and have a chance to prize big. Play big. Sign up now, and we'll match your first deposit up to $1,000. Hurry to GoldenNuggetCasino.com.
Meet the Gardner White betting experts.
The first question I always ask the customer is, how are you sleeping?
It's all about listening to the customer. After all, it's all about them.
Fox 2 and Gardner White want you to get the best sleep possible. Visit fox2detroit.com to learn more about sleep science and enter for your chance to win a new mattress from the Gardner White Dream Team.
A good night's sleep makes all the difference.
Save on the largest selection of Stearns & Foster mattresses in Detroit. In stock every day with free same-day delivery. Shop and see all the Stearns & Foster collection today. Baseball. Fox is making television history again. Stays after the last season. Baseball on Fox.
All right, Tigers Nose wrapping up their weekend series today. Downtown we go, pick it up in the first. Tigers down 2-0, not for long. Jamer Candelario singles into shallow right. Robbie Grossman around. 2-1 game. Then runners to the corners. Eric Cox. Man, he just keeps doing it. That's to center over the head of Ryan McKenna. Both runners come to the plate. Detroit up 3-2. Meanwhile, Tyler Alexander settled down, ended up going 4 innings. They gave the game to the bullpen, and they responded. Erasmo Ramirez, one of 4 relievers that combined for 5 shutout innings. He went for 2. The Tigers stay in front. Offense getting more in the 7th. Detroit up 4-2. Akil produced singles to the left. Detroit added another in the inning. They went on to win it 6-2. They split the 4-game series.
Proud of our guys for how we played and came back and split the series. I mean, when you get in the position we were in, all you can do is salvage the split and go into the off day feeling pretty good about getting through that long stretch of games. We're entering into August with some off days. We don't have that many games in a row. Again, I think the rest of the year. But we need good at bats. We didn't do a ton early, except for the a couple of walks. Haas comes up with a big hit. We tacked on a run. We kept in there despite the lack of hits.
All right, more baseball today. How about AAA Jacksonville? This Marlins outfield prospect, Monty Harrison, makes a nice play, chasing down a fly ball in center. Scales the ball and reaches back to make the grab. Now, funny thing is, he thought it was going to go over the wall, but he just kind of reached back and caught it. Really didn't have to leap, but it was impressive that he made the adjustment to get the catch. Jacksonville lost the game to Charlotte by a score of 4. Counting down to the works, top of the hour. We got Pat Caputo and Stoney in the house. Big week for the Pistons getting Kate Cunningham. We got Lions talk coming up as well. Tigers too, all that at the top of the hour. Dave?
We're done. A Detroit family dealing with an unbelievable set of circumstances. We'll show you what happened twice in a single month.
And here's a trend we've seen this summer. More and more events that were canceled are returning. That includes a very special motorcycle ride. take you along.
Can I ask you a question? How do we prepare for the vaccine?
Please do not take any over-the-counter medications prior to coming in. Make sure you're well hydrated.
What are the side effects of the vaccine?
Everyone is going to have some side effect. That's normal for a vaccine.
Possible body aches, fatigue, headache.
However, 86% get sore and that's it.
But fortunately, those side effects go away within a day.
Let's defeat COVID-19, Michigan. Get vaccinated. What are those for, Mom?
I like to be prepared.
Hi, Sue. Can I have your autographs?
Of course.
Me too, Sue. Oh, sure.
You have headshots?
Sure. I love you in those commercials with that guy.
Mike Morse.
What?
Mike Morse.
My life can get a little dull. But to get my heart racing, I get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook. Their top-rated sportsbook gives me the thrills I'm looking for. That was close. Almost took the other. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, place your bets, and experience the thrill today.
Fox is making television history again. Competition series, Wednesdays after the Masked Singer. It's all on Fox. Working for you. This is Fox 2 News at 10.
This will be frustrating for anyone. The Detroit woman really cannot seem to catch a break. An SUV crashed into her house not once, but twice in the same month.
She hardly had time to clean up from the mess of the first crash before it happened again. Fox 2's Camille Mary has that story.
It's too much. It's only so much a person can take, and this is too much. This is too much.
There's an old saying, lightning doesn't strike twice. But Tiffany Marshall and her son Anthony will tell you otherwise. On July 9th, a Jeep crashed into their home, destroying everything in their front room.
Boom, like a big jerk, and everything jerked stuff flew, screws went through the wall, went through the staircase. I'm like, wow.
Exactly 3 weeks later, on July 30th, another Jeep, another crash. Both times the vehicles breaking through the floor into the basement.
And my son was just getting ready to come down, and that's when I heard it go boom. I said, oh, not again.
They've lived here at Shoemaker and McClellan on Detroit's east side since 2006. Just off of Gratiot, Tiffany says drivers speed through here all the time, crashing into her front lawn twice, and now this, 2 times in 1 month.
The first time where my mom or me or my grandma could have been in there and we could have died from that.
It's just depressing. It's stressful. That's the thing. How many times it's gonna happen? Is it gonna happen again?
And I keep having nightmares and everything, and I can't do anything about it.
Like it's the devil just hanging over here. Like, go that way, 'cause we're done. We had enough. We had enough.
Now, the drivers in both crashes, they were injured. They were taken to area hospitals, but they did survive. Meanwhile, we will be putting a link to Tiffany and Anthony's GoFundMe page on our website, fox2detroit.com. Camille and Mary, Fox 2 News. Well, people who live in Riverview might have a whole lot to say tomorrow, expressing their opinions about the Riverview Land Preserve. A public hearing will be held virtually to discuss the landfill's expansion proposal.
The Riverview Land Preserve is currently about 400 acres, half of which is used for waste disposal. Critics say the landfill, as you might imagine, leaves an unpleasant smell in nearby neighborhoods. The Wayne County Facility Inclusion Committee will hold the hearing that starts at 1:30.
After a year off due to the pandemic, the annual Ride for Autism is back, and motorcyclists were eager to let those engines roar and celebrate those with autism. It's been a long wait for this ride, but judging by the smiles on the faces of those who were celebrated, the 16th annual Ride for Autism was definitely worth the wait.
They get a day where it's all about them. We present them with the medallion, and they look forward to it every year.
Hundreds of motorcycle riders met up this Sunday at the Motown Harley-Davidson in Taylor to raise awareness and generate donations to help put events like this on during the year. But it's not just a 65-mile-long ride.
A huge raffle, and all the money raised will go to events we have throughout the year that are 100% free for families affected by autism.
The number of attendees were down a bit from years past. Most likely, participants are still a little hesitant to engage in settings with large crowds, but there were still hundreds of people taking part, a far cry from what happened last year, where organizers scrambled to make sure that kids with autism were still included.
Thanks to Rockstar Cuisine, we traveled around and we met up the children and we gave them their medallion.
And of course, all the donations that are raised are used immediately.
The money raised is for the now. It is for a whole bunch of awesome events that are going to go on throughout the year.
Now, if you happen to miss this event, the next one is scheduled for October at Apple Charlie Cider Mill in New Boston. Details can be found on the Ride for Autism Michigan's Facebook page.
Back rent could soon be due for millions of Americans. I'm Christina Coleman in Los Angeles. I got the details coming up.
I wake up and watch Fox News every morning.
Rant folders, accidents, I definitely people want to sweat there, and I actually have an app on my phone. I like the levity they have, it's not too serious, but it's like watching.
What I get from every newscaster at Fox News is that energy of just natural things that make you laugh, but they're serious, they get the job done.
A lot of the stories that Fox 2 covers are stories you can't get elsewhere.
It's fun, it's informative, it's just something nice to wake up to.
It all starts now.
This is Ian. We were hit by a truck driver with a 3 degree, driving for a company with 73 previous violations. Ian was in the hospital for months. Goodman Acker helped him get a multi-million-dollar settlement and paid all his huge medical bills. We went up against a dangerous trucking company and we won big. But no one should ever have to go through what Ian did. Goodman Acker, good decision. Call 1-800-TRUST. No fee until you win.
The clock is ticking. A major story breaks. A surprise star wedding, a huge celebrity divorce. TV journalism has gotten a little lazy. Everybody just repeating the same details over and over. My job is to get you as close to that source as I can. Come along as we chase the story in real time. I'm Billy Bush, and this is Weeknights at 7:30 on Fox 2.
I like Fox News this earlier. It's at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is really confusing.
I like the 10 o'clock and the 11 o'clock days. And I love the edge. I just want to, see what's going on before I go to bed.
You need to be aware of what's going on. Fox News does a very good job with that. I think a lot of questions that are asked are things that we want to know.
Letters I love.
You get honest opinions. That's the most important thing. A lot of the stories are stories you can't get elsewhere.
Definitely a way to end the evening. Let's take a look at this fire. It broke out at a Sterling Heights condo complex. It happened late
that's near Ryan Road and Dobry Drive. We're told several different fire departments were on scene battling this blaze, but the good news is it is out no word on how many units have been affected here. Let's turn now to a federal ban on evictions. It expired yesterday at midnight. A last-minute attempt to extend it really didn't work out.
Now, millions of Americans could be facing eviction. Fox's Christina Coleman has more.
Frustration mounting on Capitol Hill after a nationwide eviction moratorium expired Saturday at midnight, potentially forcing millions of Americans from their homes. Missouri Congresswoman Cori Bush camped outside the Capitol, calling the failure to extend it inhumane.
I can't for the life of me understand why we are saying it's okay to force people out of their homes because as legislators or because our the powers that be didn't make it happen.
The CDC originally imposed the ban last year to slow the spread of COVID-19 infections, but just last month, the Supreme Court ruled it could not be extended without congressional approval. Democrats' attempt to save it ultimately failed. Some members of Congress say they're frustrated President Biden did not challenge the court's ruling.
This court order came down on the White House a month ago, and the White House waited until the day before the House adjourned to release a statement asking on Congress to extend the moratorium.
Some states and cities, including California, New York, and New Jersey, have enacted their own temporary eviction bans that last for a bit longer. One Florida attorney recommends people who are behind on their rent speak with their landlord.
Sometimes it's a phone call between two reasonable people working something out.
According to the Census Bureau, around 3.5 million Americans could be facing eviction within the next 2 months. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
The new device is being used at the Olympics in Tokyo, and it could help prevent heat strokes. Take a look at this. Tech company Alibaba Group says it's come up with an earbud device that monitors your heart rate and body temperature. The device sends your body's data to an app, giving people warning signs of a heat stroke. The concept comes as Japan is dealing with extreme heat and humidity. Right now, the device is being tested on staff working at Olympic venues.
Well, that's a perfect transition into our weather because it was pretty pleasant around here, even though we had just a few spotty showers.
Yeah, we got a real break from that heat and humidity. Here's meteorologist Lori Benson. Hi, Lori.
Hi, thank you so much there, guys. Happy Sunday to you. The reason why we have that nice dry air mass in place winds right now coming at us primarily out of the north as a cold front pushed off to the east and high pressure continues to build in. This is very pleasant and will stay with us through the overnight hours and much of the work week. Temperature-wise, here's where we stand right now, 67 degrees. In Metro Detroit, Troy, we see it at 64, the same on over in Windsor. How good evening, you are at 60 degrees. Here are the players. That low pressure system, cold front moved farther on to the east, and that's what brought us those spotty showers earlier today under the influence of high pressure coming on in for us. And so dry conditions, clearing skies as we go throughout the overnight time frame, about 57 degrees. Still that nice breeze out of the north will stay with us as well. Our precip chance is pretty low. Look at this, zeros and just very low averages for us. We're not really thinking about any rain in the forecast. So how about your gifted forecast? Get a green on your smartwatch for you. Everything's looking pretty good. And let's just go ahead and continue with our fun as we think about tennis. Anybody? Maybe you might want to get on up and play a game of tennis. I've got those hours for you as well. Look at that. Temperatures primarily in the 60s on up to about the noon time frame. About 74 degrees. No worries there. At least the weather will not impede your game. Can't blame it on that, right? Maybe afterwards, you're thinking, I'd like to grab a bite to eat. I've got your menu, and it's 5 stars all the way, 74 degrees by lunchtime, heading on up toward, I think, about 78 degrees. And then perhaps maybe you want to go out to shopping and food tags there. It's 80 degrees as we head into your Tuesday. So you notice this trend is continuing. Dry conditions, very milder winds as well, and we're still looking for less humidity. Go ahead and verify that. Take a look at your extended forecast for you. And you'll notice temperatures do rise a bit as we get Wednesday, Thursday. That's actually close to our norm for us. We should be around 84 degrees. Same for the overnights. But Friday, Saturday, humidity levels increase once again. And there's that chance for some rain coming on into play as you head on up towards Sunday. Afternoon highs then around 19 degrees. Hope you enjoy our lovely work week. Have a great week. Day.
Thank you, Lori. Up next, a marquee summer event returns in Troy after taking a year off due to COVID-19.
Something huge is happening in college. Come along as we chase the story.
Clock's ticking. Late nights at 7:30 on Fox 2.
It's only paint. It's only paint that comes in an award-winning twist and pour container. It's only paint that can cover the brightest shade of orange known to mankind in just one coat. It's only paint that will help you become TV's hottest writer. Or one day you'll meet this guy who started that thing. So yeah, it's only paint. Only easy opening, smooth pouring, change your life both professionally and romantically. Paint. Right now at Menards, get 11% off everything, including Dutch Boy paint.
My name is Greg Gronley. I'm from Harrison Township, and I am a marine electronics specialist. We got lunches open. We do work on boats, and every day we're in a marina somewhere. If I don't know what's going to go on that day, then I'm sunk. So we'll usually check in with Fox 2 weather the night before. My favorite is Rich Luderman. He just comes off very professional, and he's usually got it pretty dead on the weather. Just check it out. He does a great job. My name is Greg Gronley, and Fox 2 is my weather authority.
All this week, have breakfast with butter. Starting off with a plate of hot deals. $1. A big bowl of consonants. What is a type of sausage?
Frank's butter.
Mix in a side of Unwanted.
Thank you very much. And welcome to Swiss Center.
And finish it off with a lot of caffeine. How is Jeannie doing with her coffee? She's finished it. Breakfast with Buzzer. Weekday mornings starting at 9. It's the most important TV of the day. For Buzzer in your town, go to buzzertv.com.
I like Fox 2 because it's earlier. It's at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is really convenient.
I like the 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock things. And I love the edge. I just want to, see what's going on before I go to bed.
You need to be aware of what's going on Fox 2 doesn't make you stop at that. I think a lot of questions that are asked are things that we want to know.
Letterman's I love.
You get honest opinions. That's the most important thing. A lot of the stories are stories you can't get elsewhere.
Definitely a good way to end the evening.
I like up in my Fox News every morning.
Great poetry on accidents. I definitely keep up on the weather, and I actually have an app on my phone. I like the weather evening out and try to YouTube. A lot of the stories that Fox 2 covers are stories you can't get elsewhere.
It's fun, it's informative. It's just something nice to wake up to.
One of Troy's hallmark events returned this summer, bringing hundreds of classic cars to town. Today, the 13th Troy Traffic Jam was held at the Columbia Center. Organizers expected about 300 hot rods to be on display, and on a good day, over 5,000 people show up to check out some of the classic cars.
Well, we brought a regular Dodge Charger with the Troy Police Department and our hot rod that was acquired on a raid. So we've had that for many, many years. It's a huge attraction to places like this.
I'm just excited to see people get outside, get out here, walk around, and enjoy our community. We've got a great city, and this is one of the things that can highlight that. It all goes to a good cause. All registration fees for the car show support the Troy Historic Village.
This is a really neat story, Dave. So empty nesters on the west side of Detroit have spent years putting their spare time to good use.
They've created a community hub with a safe place to let kids be kids. Fox 2's Randy Whitley has their story.
It's like a state park in a backyard. There's an archery range, a basketball court, a zip line.
It is a park experience, and we wanted to bring it right into the community.
Welcome to Moore Park, right on the edge of Northwest Detroit. It's the product of Jacqueline and Willie Moore's love for their neighborhood and desire to improve the lives of the people in it.
To have youth to be able to be in a closed area where they can really experience a park and not have to worry about street traffic.
It started with the formation of SDM2 in 2011, a nonprofit named after their daughters to help kids find their footing academically. The Moores gradually accumulated overgrown side lots and land bank property around their home on Lenore Avenue, transforming them into a sprawling park, a house where local kids receive tutoring and help with homework, and a community garden that, with the help of the group Food Rescue, feeds their neighbors.
Tons of fruit and vegetables. It's actually stuff that we didn't even know existed, some of it. And that's a good thing because the community love it. Our seniors are having a ball. They'll say, Miss Jackie, I'm having to buy any groceries this week. You know how good that makes us feel?
All of this offered to neighborhood kids and residents for free, built with sweat equity and bankrolled by sacrifice. And the thing about it is self-funded, not because we wanted to be totally self-funded. It's because we didn't have the opportunities to pull other people in, but we saw a need. When the war started this expansion, some of the neighbors were a little skeptical. It did not take long for them to catch the vision. It soon became sort of contagious. City Councilman James Tate witnessed SDM2's growth in their power.
And I think because of what they've been doing, it's a domino effect. You know, you see people coming out, hey, what's going on? Hey, now I want to improve my property. Hey, how can I join in?
SDM2, we don't wait for change to come. We put it in place. And the thing is, you invest in where you feel an investment is needed. We feel that this is an investment that needs to happen. SDM2 is going to be launching their mentorship program for young men in September. If you want to partner with them in the work they're doing here, or if you want to help fund it by holding some corporation or organizational team building exercises, head to our website, fox2detroit.com for more information. On Detroit's West Side, I'm Randy Whitley, Fox 2 News.
Great story and a unique idea. Coming up next, one more check of the weather and a look at the film taking the top spot at the box office. Any surprises? You all want to get the answer to that question if you stay with us until after the break.
We get it. The weather around here can be a little all over the place, but you can be prepared for just about anything with this, the Fox 2 Weather Authority app. And it's got everything you need. Current conditions, live radar, the hourly and 7-day forecast, plus regular updates from all of us here at the Weather Authority. Look, it's really a good app. I use it all the time, and I think you should too. Download it today. The free Fox 2 Weather Authority app.
Hello, I'm Silver Casino, owner of the Golden Nugget Casinos, and I've got some big news. Drum roll, please. I'm pleased to announce our live dealer is now available in Michigan. We're redefining the online gaming experience with Golden Nugget Online Live Dealer, all from the convenience of your phone at GoldenNuggetCasino.com.
Sign up now and add your first deposit up to $1,000. Visit GoldenNuggetCasino.com.
That environment is so friendly. Always like you're at home.
You have so much support from the staff. You meet people who are excited.
I always had a passion to help others, so this is the perfect place for me.
You're not free to reach out. Flora Kiwan Cameron. Locates Shunga, Ethiopia.
Javid Khan Bangladesh. Dennis Care, Bosnia and Herzegovina.
They give you what you need for the future.
Let me take you on a ride, baby. On a ride. On the Detroit River to the night. And baby, all night. On the Detroit River to the night. And baby, all right. On the Detroit River to the night. All night.
I'm Jason Waller, CEO of Power Home Solar. I've talked to homeowners all across America asking, what's the biggest reason you haven't joined the solar energy movement? The number one response is misconceptions about the purchase and installation costs. The fact is, there's zero money down, and qualified homeowners can get the benefits of solar energy starting at less than $200 a month. This isn't an extra monthly cost because by going solar, you're actually offsetting and reducing what you're currently paying your energy company. If your electric bill is $250 a month before going solar, our Power Home Solar Value Pack can start reducing those bills and provide protection for power outages. That's right, starting at less than $200 a month. Our exclusive Power Home Solar Value Pack includes American-made solar panels, a Generac backup battery, and our Smart Power 360, our in-home energy efficiency package. And if you call 1-800-POWER-90 today, I'll throw in the first 12 months on us. Power Home Solar, it's time to own your power.
I wake up and watch Fox 2 News every morning.
Rain folders from accidents. I definitely keep up on the weather, and I actually have an app on my phone. Like the evening out, it's how you serious. Like, just like watching them.
What I get from every newscaster at Fox 2 is that energy of just naturally. They make you laugh, but they're serious. They get the job done.
A lot of the stories that Fox 2 covers are stories you can't get elsewhere.
It's fun. It's informative. It's just something nice to wake up to.
Never miss a moment. Instant breaking news alerts and live video delivered direct to you. Watch anytime from anywhere. The Fox 2 News app. Download today. Come on, I got you, Pats. Trust me.
There it is, your new film atop the box office. Jungle Cruise, starring Dwayne Johnson and Emily Blunt, exceeded expectations.
The Disney film was the #1 movie this weekend, making just over $34 million, but it didn't get a great review from Fox 2 critic Lee Thomas. He gave it a mild thumbs down, and a distant second was Green Knight, making just $6.7 million. All the Black Widow and Solo to round out the top 5. Just proof that it doesn't have to be a good movie to make bank at the box office, Dave.
No, it doesn't. And speaking of weather now, let's break out the sunscreen with Lori Vincent. Hi, Lori.
Thank you so much, there. In case you have an early tea time, listen, I've got some information for you. Mostly sunny skies. If your tea time's at 7 a.m., it'll still be in the 50s then, but 9 o'clock, I'll be up for just a little bit warmer. Right around 63 degrees. Here's a look at the next 3 days. Highs tomorrow around 78 degrees. That north wind still with us, so still feels comfortable. But not as freezing. Plenty of sunshine in the forecast for you. 80 on Tuesday, then getting up to closer to our average high temperature for us on Wednesday with a few clouds in place. The next opportunity for rain, not till next weekend. I hope you have a super week. Hillary, Dave.
All right, with that forecast, we certainly will. Thank you so much, Lori. That's Fox 2 News at 10.
Let's go to Lions training camp. Sportsworks is next.
Accidents can happen even on the weekend. So whether you're in an auto accident on Friday night, struck by a semi on Saturday, or get on your motorcycle on Sunday, we're there for you anytime, even on the weekend. Call, and I'll be right there.
Hi, I'm Richard Stewart. Introducing Gardner White's new Best Sleep Guarantee. Now, save on the largest selection of top-branded mattresses in Detroit. Our sleep experts will help you find the perfect mattress for you and your budget. We're so confident we'll give you 180 days, 6 full months to try it. Don't love it? We'll pick it up, and you can choose a new one. All at the best price with free same-day delivery. No risk ever. That's why there's Gardner White Mattress and no one else.
The games are a go in Tokyo, and new DraftKings Sportsbook customers can win big if the U.S. brings home a medal. Yep, bet $1 and win 100 if the U.S. wins any medal. That's right, you get paid on any medal. Head to the DraftKings Sportsbook app, bet $1 to win 100 and make it rain.
I'm Dina Santafanti. Every 40 seconds, someone in the U.S. has a stroke. The experts at Henry Ford Health System remind us that when it comes to stroke, you have to think fast, as in face, arms, speech, and time. Is there sudden drooping on one side of the face, weakness in one arm, speech difficulties? These are all signs of stroke, which means it's time to call 911. During a stroke, every minute counts.
This message brought to you by Henry Ford Health System. Visit henryford.com/stroke.
There are so many great golf courses. And of course, wherever this summer takes you, let Meloche Palace of Lake Orion get you there in a perfectly tuned vehicle. Meloche has the go-to team to keep your vehicle running great. Just wait, she just made that putt. Awesome. There is only one great service team for your vehicle.
Meloche Palace will always make sense for you.
The Charles A. White Museum of African American History. Located in the heart of Detroit's cultural district. Experience our state-of-the-art exhibits, engaging programs, and exciting activities. Immerse yourself in history and culture by visiting theright.org.
I like Fox 2 because it's earlier. It's at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is really convenient.
I like the 10 o'clock and 7 o'clock things. And I love the game. I just want to, see what's going on before I go to bed.
You need to be aware of the forum Fox 2 doesn't really get shot with that. I think a lot of questions that are asked are things that we want to know.
Letters I love.
You get honest opinion. That's the most important thing. A lot of the stories are stories you can't get elsewhere.
Definitely another way to end the evening.
Accidents can happen even on the weekend. So whether you're in an auto accident on Friday night, struck by a semi on Saturday, or get on your motorcycle on Sunday, we're there for you anytime, even on the weekend. Call, and I'll be right there.
This is Fox 2 News Morning.
Good morning. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Josh Landon with Check Your Weather coming up in just a moment. If your morning commute takes you along I-75, you may want to leave a little early this morning. A big sinkhole is causing some big problems. The northbound lanes remain closed at I-696. Fox News Miller has more on the traffic heading.
Starting Monday morning, the commute to work is going to be very messy for some people who take I-75. All northbound lanes between 696 and 12 Mile are shut down because of this, a sinkhole we first told you about on Friday night.
We have pavement that is separating. We have pavement that has settled. And until we get to the bottom of stopping that and then repairing it, we can't open the freeway.
So how did this happen? MDOT says a tunnel boring machine working about 100 feet underground ran into a pocket of naturally occurring groundwater. And when that happened, the water, along with sand and silt, escaped into the tunnel, creating a void, causing the ground to collapse.
The actual section that needs to be replaced is several hundred feet right where we're standing. Over on the service drive, that's the, I'll say the epicenter.
Crews are working around the clock. The goal is to be able to open one lane by Wednesday afternoon, but there's no guarantee that will happen. MDOT's advice to drivers, avoid northbound I-75 altogether.
If you do get on 75, you're going to be forced off at 696 along with thousands of other drivers.
And that means drivers who don't even take 75 are also going to experience hassle, delays, and frustrations because of this sinkhole.
Without a doubt, we understand the inconvenience and safety is going to be the top priority always.
And that was Fox News Camille Mary reporting. As we mentioned earlier, give yourself extra time this morning and consider planning an alternate route. All right, folks, on this Monday morning, Alan, beautiful weekend, and it looks like the week ahead is going to be fabulous. I knew it. Oh, yeah. Look, we're going to be heating things up eventually. We're not there quite yet, but I think what everyone's going to really like is the lack of rain in our forecast. So we will not discuss that all that much this week, except for when we talk about the weekend. So let's go ahead and start with what we have. Let's go temperatures for next 7. And we have been cold. I kept seeing hit 80 yesterday, and I think we're right there again. So we'll call it, another cooler day. But look at the trend. It's clear. We're going up by the weekend. That summer heat and humidity, excuse me, absolutely coming back to the forecast. High temps near 90. I'll say we get there by Sunday. So that's a little ways away. We are pretty far from that at the moment. It is 52 degrees in Howell, and over 49. 50 Lapeer, 60 downtown, 57 degrees in Mount Clemens, 52 Howell, and 55 to start out in Monroe. So everywhere you look, yeah, we're certainly a little cooler than where we started out yesterday. Wind speed that's light to calm. That'll be out of the north today, so that ensures we have that comfortable humidity. Once again, humidity level's not going to be out of control. System from yesterday, that moves out. That brought us wet weather late in the day, later in the afternoon. That's gone. We'll look to the west. High pressure slips into the Great Lakes. That offers up quiet conditions. So I would say we go with mostly sunny skies turning to partly sunny. So we get a lot of sun, probably a cloudier picture this afternoon in general, but I'd still say we get some sun the second half of the day. So again, a lot of sun, a lot to like about this forecast. Gradual warm up, we showed you that. Rain chances don't come back for a while. At least no significant chances for rain until the weekend. Let's go ahead and talk about that in just about 10. Josh, over to you. Alan, thank you. As case of COVID-19 pickup in Michigan, fears are growing over a potential super spreader event at Fast and Horses Country Music Festival. This is the case that been confirmed 2 weeks after the festival. Fox 2's Veronica Meadows takes a closer look.
Unfortunately, amongst the unvaccinated, the Delta variant is having its way.
As health experts continue to share their concerns over the Delta variant, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services released an updated number of COVID-19 cases linked to faster horses. MDHHS now believes 66 people were infected at the Country Music Festival.
They're big concerns because the Delta variant is that much more infected.
Faster horses wrapped up 2 weeks ago at the Michigan International Speedway. Dr. Innovation Officer at Wayne Health says, unfortunately, the numbers are not surprising.
People are going and spreading this at festivals like this. As we also know and have seen throughout the pandemic, it's a virus which only makes some people symptomatic, and so it just seems inevitable almost that these numbers will be lower.
Dr. Levy says each time a person is infected, there's the risk for a new variant.
These variants solely occur because the virus is replicating, and each replication gives the chance for a mutation. So if you want to stop the virus from replicating, you have to stop the virus from spreading, and that's how we're going to prevent mutations.
Dr. Levy also worries about what could happen if the variants continue.
The worst thing that can happen here is that we have a further lag in our vaccination rate. The virus keeps spreading, keeps mutating. Another variant arises that, God forbid, the vaccine is not effective against. That's the biggest fear we all have.
Dr. Levy says the key is to get as many people vaccinated as possible. He says slowing the spread will keep variants from developing. With vaccination rates slowing in Michigan, Dr. Levy has this message for those who still may be hesitant to get the shot.
Please get vaccinated. You're vaccinating to help protect yourself. You're vaccinating to help protect your friends, family, neighbors, and maybe even the entire world. I'm not trying to put the weight of the world on people's shoulders, but that's really what we're up against. The virus has to stop replicating, and we have to stop spreading.
I'm Veronica Meadows, Fox 2 News.
The nationwide moratorium on evictions has officially expired. Nationwide landlords now have the right to begin the eviction process if their tenants are unable to pay rent. Real estate CEO telling Government this does not mean those tenants will be kicked out immediately. The first step is for the landlord to give the tenant a notice of default.
After that, the eviction process typically takes about 30 days. So nobody has to be in fear, Irene, of being evicted tomorrow or Monday. But on the other side of the coin, there are a lot of landlords who have gone a very long time without rent.
As of March, an estimated 6.4 million Americans were behind on rent. A U.S. Census Bureau survey from last month found about 3.6 million Americans believe they will face eviction in the next 2 months. A Normal County firefighter dies in a boating accident. The sheriff's office responded to a boat that hit a dock and overturned on Lake Colossus Creek in Bowles Harbor early yesterday morning. 2 men were on board. The body of one of the men was pulled from the water around noon yesterday. That victim is Frank Brown III. He was a member of the Monroe Township Fire Department for 11 years. The other man on board the boat is recovering in the hospital. The Detroit Historical Museum showing the Queen of Soul a little respect with a new exhibit. We'll tell you about all that, plus her new biopic starring Jennifer Hudson coming up. And coming up as well, a cool Monday, but later this week things are really going to heat up.
They picked Jennifer Hudson to do the reset.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Best bet for an epic time? Going all in on my favorite slots and table games. Filling up on good eats and great views. Scoring big on my favorite teams. Anytime, anywhere. And getting instant access to rewards worth bragging about. How's that for epic? Great Town Casino Hotel. True story.
Stay cool with annual maintenance of your air conditioning. Thornton Rooms is your home service professionals. Call for a $79 AC system check. Thornton Rooms, we're in tune with your comfort.
If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and a high risk for fracture, now might not be the best time to ask yourself, are my bones strong? Life's full of make or break moments. That's why it's so important to help reduce your risk of fracture with Prolia. Only Prolia is proven to help strengthen and protect bones from fracture with one shot every 6 months.
Do not take Prolia if you have low blood calcium, are pregnant, are allergic to it, or take Xgeva. Serious allergic reactions like low blood pressure, trouble breathing, Throat tightness, face, lip, or tongue swelling, rash, itching, or hives have happened. Tell your doctor about dental problems, as severe jaw bone problems may happen, or new or unusual pain in your hip, groin, or thigh, as unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred. Speak to your doctor before stopping, skipping, or delaying Prolia, as spine and other bone fractures have occurred. Prolia can cause serious side effects, like low blood calcium, serious infections, which could need hospitalization, skin problems, and severe bone, joint, or muscle pain.
Don't wait for a break. Call your doctor now and ask how Prolia can help you. Unstoppable wash set booster. Down Unstoppables.
JC tried Dave Flings for the first time the other day. I forgot where she was. You can always spot a first-time Dave Flings user.
The Detroit Historical Museum honoring the Queen of Soul with a new exhibit. It features some special mementos of her life and her latest biopic, Respect. Here's Fox News' Hillary Goldston.
Respect, the iconic song, now the title of a biopic with the same name. Also, in some ways, the soundtrack to Aretha Franklin's life. The Queen of Soul just demanded R-E-S-P-E-C-T.
People deserve respect. And respect isn't something that's given, it should be honored.
Aretha honored on Legends Plaza at the Detroit Historical Museum. Her handprints now permanently on display there.
Knowing that Aretha never forgot her roots really is an important reason to have her handprints on Legends Plaza. It's one of the things that she actually mentioned when she was making her handprints, that she felt like it was appropriate to join the plaza, and she was thrilled to do it.
Franklin cast her handprints in concrete back in June of 2017 for the dedication of Aretha Franklin Way, and knew they would always end up here.
It just really remarks to me how much Aretha meant to our community. This is Detroit's museum. We tell Detroit's story, and I cannot imagine a more perfect moment to tell Aretha's story.
The Detroit Historical Society timed the handprint display with the release of the film Respect, starring Jennifer Hudson, who was also at hand to promote the movie.
Miss Hudson is also as a singer and an actress, and she's really, really cool.
It's sort of the icing on the cake to have Jennifer Hudson and Liesl Tommy here. You know, they worked so hard on the film. We've been talking about this film and this opportunity for a year. They delayed the opening. They came out here to make it extra special, and having them on Legends Plaza just adds legend on legend for today. It's wonderful.
The Detroit Historical Society will also open a new temporary exhibit featuring costumes from the new film along with artifacts from Aretha's own life. A tribute to a legend whose legacy as an iconic musician, performer, and human being can never be overshadowed.
She was a very loving person, and she gave us all that she had in that department. So we're very grateful for her and for showing us love as a family as well, and being the matriarch of our family.
And that was Fox News' Hillary Goldston reporting. The Detroit Historical Museum is open Thursday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Sunday from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Respect is doing theaters August 13th. 500 theaters, including some here in Metro Detroit, will show an early premiere on August 8th. Head over to fox2detroit.com for your tickets. All right, here we go. Let's get you out the door this morning with really nice weather. Comfortable start today. Real nice finish. High temps today. Going to make a run for 80, but I'll say just shy of that. Some more mid and upper 70s. Basically where we were yesterday. Humidity levels continue to come in on the comfortable side of things. And there's no rain. We did get the rain late yesterday. We had that solid line of wet weather rolling through the region. That system is now off to the east. It's moving away from us. So what do we have? Let's look at the mid levels, and you will find some energy. You can see that right there. Shortwave energy. Sometimes these waves can bring us some rain. You'll see that drifting to the south. I do not think that'll be the case. I think our odds for rain the next couple of days, all week long, actually are very low. So I don't even have that in the forecast for the week. Comes back over the weekend, at which point our temperatures will have risen. So cooler, high temps shy of 80 today. Still comfortable overnight. Numbers down close to 60. I think a lot of 50s out there as well. We do jump up a little bit as we move into Tuesday afternoon. So how much? I'd say maybe back to about 80. And that is going to be our trend. Slowly increasing temperatures all week long. 78 today, mostly partly sunny. So I'd say bright skies to start. More of a sun cloud mix for the finish. 60 overnight, comfy cool. 81 Tuesday, although 83 on Wednesday. And by the time we get to the weekend, boy, that summer heat is back. I mean, it is early August, and it'll be feeling like it. And then some. Shower and storm chances return to the forecast over the weekend. Hey, Washington County needs you to help stock the bus where you can drop off your back-to-school donations to add 5 things you need to know.
Every day.
Millions of people are connected.
And even though we're overcoming obstacles, watching each other's backs,
And banding together.
we should still make an
We
effort
should still make an
to
effort.
get to know each other.
Honor keeper love. Father.
Cosplayer,
Mentor.
actor.
It's time we take a step forward
It's time we take a step forward, come together,
and discover
how accepting our differences can make us stronger.
Confidence with discounts and floor mounted projectors and displays. Shopping malls can be a big trigger for young homeowners trying to get their parents.
You ever thinking about the storage operation a place like this must rely on? No. They just sell candles and they're making overhead. You know what kind of fish those are? No. Don't be coy. Koi fish.
It can be overwhelming. Make a second. Have we seen the shirt?
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you're buying a home and home house.
But you know what I'm still gonna get?
your home. It's more than a morning train. It's where your child took their first steps and had their first sleepover. FSM protects your home from the ground up, offering basement waterproofing, crawl space, and foundation repair. Every year, thousands of homeowners trust us because we're changing what a home contractor looks like, giving you peace of mind, protecting you, your family, and your home.
Whether we run or walk through life, the paths we take, the decisions we make, they all matter. That's why we're here, working with those doing the research, connecting you to highly trained doctors, giving you the knowledge, and offering you options to make every step count toward a healthier you. It's what we do.
Let Fox 2 Health Works work for you. Brought to you by Every Core Health System. All for you. Get the last roof you'll ever need with steel roofing from Menards. Steel roofing adds a nice, sleek finish to your home while withstanding the worst weather conditions Mother Nature can dish out. It's the choice of more and more homeowners in the Midwest. Choose from 24 colors in store or online at Menards.com. All steel roofing is 11% off. Save 11% on everything. Now at Menards. Save big money in Menards. Fox 2 Weather Authority brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Time now for 5 things you need to know. Walmart says all corporate staff and management must get the COVID-19 vaccine by October 4th. And Walmart's chief executive sent a memo to staff days after it announced it would begin requiring employees to wear masks again. The retailer says it will continue to monitor the pandemic as the Delta variant continues to spread. With so many Americans buying firearms during the coronavirus pandemic, there's actually a shortage of ammunition right now. Last year alone, firearm sales rose by over 21 million. The National Shooting Sports Foundation says shooting ranges are busier than ever, and manufacturers are struggling to keep up with the demand for bullets. Well, an effort kicking off to make sure kids in Washington County have the supplies they need to be ready for school. The county teaming up with United Way to stock the bus with school supplies for students. That runs today through Friday. Donations may be dropped off at Target on Carpenter Road in Ypsilanti and also at the Target store on Waters Road in Ann Arbor. A tech company has come up with an earbud device designed to prevent heat strokes. Monitors your heart rate and body temperature, sending that data to an app and alerting people heat stroke symptoms. Earbuds are being tested on staff working the Olympics in Tokyo. It is hot out there. Yes. Now, an apple a day may do more than keep the doctor away. A professor of medicine at Harvard says foods high in flavonoids, apples, peppers, strawberries, they can enhance brain functions. Flavonoids are compounds filled with antioxidants. The study looked at 75,000 people. This is a large sample size. From the time they were 50 into their 70s and 80s. Okay. Food as medicine. Good food. Yeah, right. Yes, the right food as medicine.
What's that mean?
Great week.
When you look, you see
I'm
that
it's
you got
good. Yeah.
the
It's been a while since we've had a stretch
like
of weather.
the aura light around your eyes.
Otherwise, we had a little bit of rain yesterday. That is gone. That has done nothing to greet you this morning. It is a little bit cooler, maybe a light jacket. I'll tell you what, by the weekend, we hit to 90, though. We'll talk about how that plays out as Fox 2 News Monday morning continues after this.
Oh, what she do? She wait till we go to sleep and she leaves.
Man, as soon as you laid down, you went right to sleep. And you outshot you all night.
I ain't even take a pill.
How was the gum? How was the gum? Lemon bread and cake. I do my shit.
Let's do this out here to roll you up. So
I know I was gonna roll it up. I was gonna go upstairs in a minute, and then I'm gonna come back and roll it up once I bring her downstairs. Can you put this in there for me? She should be dressed. I usually go up there to help her get dressed. Because, you know, she probably get tired first a little bit.
Gums. We don't think about them. But like skin, over time, gums can get damaged. Colgate Gum Renewal reverses early gums for a beautiful, revitalized smile. In this ad, pay attention to the actor's gums.
These motherfucking people be coming back in
Like skin,
clean
over
the
time,
table off
gums
in the
can get
kitchen
damaged.
and finish straightening up in here.
Reverses early gums for a beautiful,
I want to start trying to see if I can do the air fryer. Yeah, I'm using see if I can use it now. I've been waiting to see for her to use it.
Tire rotations and alignment checks. More free services to get more out of your tires and more for your money. More and more.
More than anybody.
Which is how we make the lowest
But I
tire
gotta
price
do it
fee
to get
even lower. So come
they
see your
do
guy at
videos and earn more shit to play the game.
for the lowest tire price, period.
I'm learning how to do these little board games where you do the towns and collect this and all that shit. That's what you can play up with the fighting games.
I know.
Yeah.
The insurance company is not
I got
on
my
your side.
iPhone.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah. It sent me the iPhone. And I didn't watch. They got some more since I've been up.
Nice week of weather ahead of us. Temps today, we're going to top out, I'd say, just shy of 80. Let's jump up there by tomorrow. So I'm going to go mid-upper 70s today. Tack on a couple degrees as we work into
Just put it in there. I'm finna go upstairs. You finna go upstairs?
We'll call it nice and warm.
I gotta go upstairs with her.
Each and every day, really, all of
As
this
I was
week,
just in the smokehouse smoking a
temperatures will
cigarette
just
right
pull up a couple
I
degrees.
get in there, or you gonna roll it for yourself.
The effect by the weekend.
Alright.
It's going to be high temps near 90, so
Let
that's
me waking up still. That's how I was at first when I first woke up. I'm cramping like a motherfucker. Oh my god. This shit is ridiculous. My stomach hurts like hell. But I'm glad because the blood going down. It's not all that big. It hurts. They said it would get worse, and then it would get
I
better.
don't think we see much of any rain. I mean, in theory, maybe pick up a sprinkle, I suppose, as we look to Tuesday afternoon, but we'll keep that out of the forecast to say dry weather will win out.
But
Here's
breathing.
Wednesday as well.
Oh, you
Skies
still
will
see
range
too.
mostly to partly sunny. Though a lot of sunshine out there. High pressure slips off to our east. On the back side of that, we warm up. And that'll be the case, especially by the end of the week, especially by the weekend. Temps going to be way up. For now, they're down. 52 in Howell. It is 57 degrees in Mount Clemens, 58 at Metro Airport. High temps again near 80 today, tomorrow, but cooler than warming up. But we'll get to 90 by Sunday. Shower and storm chances do return for the weekend. All right, Josh, over to you.
All right, Alan, thank you. You can't keep a good athlete down. A runner takes a tumble during the Olympic race. That didn't stop her from crossing the finish line. The video for photo finish coming up next.
Just looking for men and women to enroll in our fall plumbing apprentice school. This is a fully paid entry-level 4-month program where you will get professional training in the plumbing trade. Students will learn the basic principles of plumbing and drain systems. Learn more about our plumbing apprentice school at openinggrooves.com.
We all need an outlet for our stress, but maybe it's something more. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we're here for you with access to support for your mental health, privacy of your own home. Confidence comes with every card. With Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, you can feel confident knowing you have access to the largest network of top doctors and hospitals, telehealth, wellness tips, and more. So keep going. We're here for you. Confidence comes with every card. I may have moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis, but we are so much more. We're team players and artists, designers and do-it-yourselfers, parents and friends. If joint pain is getting in the way of who you are, it's time to talk to your doctor about Emerald. Emerald helps relieve joint pain and helps stop permanent joint damage. Plus, Emerald helps skin get clearer in psoriatic arthritis. Ask your doctor about Emerald so you can get back to your true self. Emerald may lower your ability to fight infections. Serious, sometimes fatal events, including infections, tuberculosis, lymphoma, other cancers, nervous system and blood disorders, and allergic reactions have occurred. Tell your doctor if you've been someplace where fungal infections are common, or if you're prone to infections, have cuts or sores, have had hepatitis B, have been treated for heart failure, or if you have persistent fever, bruising, bleeding, or paleness. Don't start Enbrel if you have an infection on your food. Visit Enbrel.com to see how your joint damage could progress. Enbrel. Eligible patients may pay as little as $5 per month.
My life can get a little dull. To get my heart racing, I get it on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook. Their top-rated sportsbook gives you the thrills I'm looking for. That was close. Almost took the other. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, place your bets, and experience the thrill today.
A world champion runner from the Netherlands making an incredible comeback at the Olympics in Tokyo over the weekend. Man, I got goosebumps right now. You have to see this one. So please watch this as she picks herself up. And I mean, she surges ahead to win, despite falling after another runner jumped on the track. So watch this.
To the final lap in the
But how much
gas is she using up that she wanted in the tank tonight for the 5,000 final?
Just a half a cup.
Ellie Courier, St. Pierre out in front. Here comes Hassan and a pretty staggering last lap after going down. And Paul is there as well, and your top six coming through in one big bunch. Resistance built.
I feel like they should have been more excited. Stefan Hassan winning the 1,500-meter heat. After sprinting ahead of the pack, she's qualified to run the 5,000-meter final later tonight and go for the gold. I mean, she was. It was like she wasn't even winning when she fell. She was like at the back of the pack. One would imagine holding back, for that last push, which she certainly had left in the tank. Wow. I mean, it just goes to show, might be down for a moment, but keep pushing. Yeah. And to go around them, that adds extra distance. Yes. That ain't easy. No, not at all. Kudos to her. All right, Alan. More delays along I-75 to tell you about this morning. Ahead at 4:30, we're running through with heavy issues because of a sinkhole.
We're done. A Detroit family dealing with an unbelievable set of circumstances. We'll show you what happened twice in a single month.
My wife must get my semi last month in the back.
I have one job to be right there for you.
Lee's team is already working to get her medical bills covered and all the trucking company's $1 million policy.
Call me. I'll be right there.
In this town, we don't just love sports. We eat, sleep, and breathe them. We watch for the action, for the grind, and for the climb that we all hope ends with our players being called champions. Join us in the roundtable as we break down the games and showcase the teams that matter most to you. On your Sunday night home for Detroit sports, SportsWorks on Fox 2.
Brought to you by Fox Bet Sportsbook.
There are so many great golf courses. And of course, wherever this summer takes you, let Mirage Palace of Lake Orion get you there.